Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, September the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check? And can you see my screen? Need a couple of yeses. Okay, thank you. Well, guys, haven't seen a day like this in a while. Just to give you an idea what I've been looking at, here are my I have three gap ups right here, three gap ups. This one just showed up. Look at all the gap downs. I mean, there are just a ton of stocks. These are all different stocks. These are just a ton of stocks gapping down. Only three gapping up that meet my filter requirements. So we're in for a real interesting day, of course. September definitely living up to its reputation as being the worst performing month of the year. So we just have to wait and see what happens. So there's really, I mean, there are a few stocks up. Let's take a look. This one just snuck in here, this SYBX. I highly doubt it's going to hold, but it's phase 2 data. So it just popped up. I highly doubt. In fact, it's already pulled back a lot. This is Zivo, ZIVO. Let's take a look at what ZIVO is doing. Yeah, on no news. Yeah, I don't see any specific, I'm just scouring my headlines here. I don't see any specific reason for it. But it too, though, the reason I didn't get too excited about this one, this is not shortable for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. But it did get up to about 845 down to 570 now. I don't see any news on it. Wow, this one just got, well, this is one of many. I mean, I don't know. I just had to kind of pick and choose a few. But BYSI, if you'll show up, BYSI. There we go. BYSI down 18%. If you look at the news, just glance at the headline. It says announces positive final phase 3. That's the headline, okay? Obviously, market's not reacting positively, at all to this. And this is BYSI, a relatively new IPO, I guess. I put this BBIG in because what that Will Mead, he said he got out of it. He said he was going to hold on till 10 or 12 or 15, I don't know. Anyway, he said on Friday, no, you know what, I got stopped out. TME, and look, the China stocks are in complete disarray. I think one of the big China real estate companies is looking really bleak right now, and this has just taken down most of the China stocks also. So there's Tencent, TME, almost an all-time low. Hut, crypto. I mean, there's really nothing. I'm going to, in a second, I'm just going to take a look at the sectors, the major sectors. I'm pretty sure maybe utilities are up, but other than that, there's no sector that I can see that's up. Crypto being one of them. Look at GBTC. I have Mara here also, but GBTC, call it the ETF for crypto. Look at GBTC down almost 10%. Mara, one of the big crypto plays, this is down 9%, almost 10%. JKS, solar play. Again, I'm just cherry picking, guys. I mean, there's really nothing much that's up. There are a few small bios that are up, but other than that, there's JKS. I mean, there's a big area for it to try to hold. Robin Hood, another one that's down. U.S. Steel breaking down, pretty important level. I am not having problems with my mic. No, I don't think so. Well, I know I'm not. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of people saying, hey, we can't hear you. Look at U.S. Steel, trying to right to the 200-day moving average, 2261. It's below it. It's below the 200-day moving average. Gree, this was the old SPRT. Gree moving down. I mean, again, guys, I'm just there are just so many stocks that are moving. Freeport McMoran, FCX. A lot like U.S. Steel. So SYBX, I mean, I just have my doubts that this is going to do anything. I don't think this was shortable. Yeah, this was shortable. Yeah, it's already, I mentioned just as I opened the room, I mean, there's the big pop up, and then if anybody was onto this one to short it, I mean, I just, as you know, I have a super bias against these little ones that come out with phase 1 or phase 2 info. VSTM, I'm kind of watching this one to see if it has the collapse too. VSTM. AR, another one that was gapping down just as I was opening the room. Oh, there you go, AR gapping down. So guys, if you're not willing to short, now I'm really going to be watching my option scanner today on the short side. I really want to see what's happening there. Before I take a look at the gap ups and gap downs from the earnings, not the earnings plays, but the analysts, what they're saying, let's just take a look and see what this looks like. The dog channel bar. So I'm going to the dog channel bar, and I'm going to take a look at the sector analysis, and I'm sure it's not going to be pretty. Yep, look at this, guys. Wow, nothing. Not even utilities. So I'm just trying to, is there any, there's not one sector. I mean, real estate, 17% up. Yay. But look at this. So this is, I haven't seen a day like this in a long time. Yeah, Mara, well, certainly Mara is shortable for me. At Interactive Brokers, but wow, what a day. Now, will it turn into my most favorite day? I don't know. My most favorite day, meaning a big gap down and then a recovery. Let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. They're actually not too active. They have mainly upgrades, but let's just get them in. All right, there are some of the upgrades this morning from the analysts, such as they are. Let's take a look at the downgrades. Not as many downgrades as upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from the analysts this morning from briefing.com. And again, just going to wait, see what happens, see how this market, I mean, we know how it's going to open, but let's see if it has any sort of recovery. If it has any sort of recovery, then the bounce plays will work. stocks that have been just beaten down just because the overall market is down, not for any specific reason. And don't be afraid not to trade today. I mean, it's that simple. You know, this is again, haven't seen a day like this in a long time. Just one moment, please. Now, I thought EDSA actually had a bit of a pullback already. EDSA. You know, I saw it here, you know, so it was up at 987 and it got down to 850. So it pulled back $1.20. But yeah, you're right. It is holding. This is a virus play. And it's a low float, 8.4 million in the float. Where are you out of? Out of Markham, okay. So it's a virus play, guys, EDSA. Not sure I've seen this one before in terms of a virus play. We just looked at it. Nicolette, we just looked at it. There we go. So these are just swing trades in the simulator, guys. Thought I'd keep them in there just for fun. These are a couple of SPACs. Don't expect them to go much below $10. There's another one that just snuck in here, VRPX. When I say snuck in, you know, I was doing my pre-market work, didn't see this until it just happened at 9:15. But another one, look at this. I mean, big gap up, little bio. You're shortable, and I didn't see it. Got up to 7, right back down to 6. Let's see. This is a cannabis play. Intranasal cannabis product for management of epilepsy in adults and children. So that was a news for VRPX. Another one gapping down. I mean, you know, it's just on and on and on. OSUR had a big day on Friday. You can say actually Thursday and Friday, a couple of great days, especially Friday though. And you know, it closed near the high, almost right at the high. But not able to withstand this market carnage today. All right, well, I'm continuing to watch this VSTM for a short. But you know, it's reasonably strong here. Again, this is just a phase, what is it? Phase 1, 2 data. Yeah, I'm looking. I know Ride is the trade of the week. I have my doubts that it's going to trigger this week. I'm looking at all the other EV plays, not all of them, but I mean, there's, you know, I'm hearing VLDR. I'm just hearing, well, there's nothing up. I mean, we can't pick on Ride as one specific stock, but I mean, I doubt very much Ride is going to trigger unless we get a massive rally. Actually, it's not that far off. I mean, the trigger is 706, so I mean, it's not that far off. Again, if you're talking about The trades of the week. This is the trade of the week. The suggested entry is 706. So, of course, it's not triggered. Last week's trade of the week did not trigger. Triggering meaning there's always a suggested entry. It never got to that suggested entry. Yeah, here's another little one, little bio, guys. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the ones that are showing up kind of late. No, there's the VSTM, so it's still pretty strong. I'm still biased on the short side of it, but hey, you know what? It may not do that. There's the high in the pre-market, 351. So I'm going to just kind of be watching it in this area to see how it opens. And again, my bias is shorting that one. On the other hand, I'm just going to wait. Again, I am really interested in what's going to happen here, moving lower with unusually strong options volume. Very interested to see what we get from this one today, guys. And again, all you have to do is take, if you have this one, the unusually strong options volume up, moving higher, just flip it. Just create the reverse of the strategy by flipping it. All right, BYSI. BYSI. Let's take a look at it and see if it's got any sort of a base here that it could bounce from. I mean, there's the 200-day way down here. So, just look left, guys. You hear me say this all the time. Look left. Nothing is holding this up. I mean, it's below these levels right here, so the only thing that the next area, I'm not saying it's going to get down to 1350, but there's a 200-day. So when you look at a chart, there's no chart support because it's below these areas right here. So there's no chart support. So then you'll start looking at the 200-day, and obviously way down here, but at some point it may bounce, but man. And this is what I'm talking about. This is kind of the headline that you see. Announces positive final phase 3 data. Okay, that's the headline that you see. You obviously got to start reading into it. But our market did not react well at all. So there's got to be something else. I don't know where William is if he looked at this one. Okay, just one moment, please. I don't know how to help you, Becca. I mean, I know you're experienced enough to know, of course, when you left click on a chart, that just tells trade it. Now, when you're in the dock, it doesn't really matter which one you click on. But when you left click, if the change symbol box is not popping up, I have no idea how to help you. And I'm just doing it right now. The other thing, try is just hit the keyboard, hit your space bar on the keyboard, your space bar, and see if that brings up the change symbol. And if that doesn't work, I honestly don't know how to help you. We're going to have to go to, you know, full tech support. Sorry. Yeah, but that's really getting slapped hard. I mean, look at the VRPX. Man, I wish I'd paid just a little more attention. I was paying more. Well, the VSTM now, maybe, guys. Man, I just don't trust any of these little bios when they come up with phase 1 or phase 2. You know, they can do they can do what they want in the pre-market, but you know, but that is definitely my bias. So I'm just kind of watching this one. Lots and lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers anyway. For the VSTM, 3.7 million shorts available. This YBX, you know, there's another one, guys. Classic, absolutely classic. I mean, look at this. 428 down to 3. I mean, that's a big percentage move. Do you have Interactive Brokers, Brian? Yeah, well, I can't tell you where to find it at Lightspeed. I mean, Interactive Brokers has a, you know, this is what I look at. You know, if I click on the symbol, you would see it here. But this is a little feature one of the options trade idea of Interactive Brokers, and just lets you know how many shorts are available. And it's real time because you can see the shorts as they're being covered or being scooped up. With Lightspeed, I have no idea. You know, I promised myself, I'm sorry, so if you actually have IB, you said you do have IB, I promised myself I would write this down somewhere, and I can't remember. Somebody knows, somebody with IB knows. You just do a search, I can't remember what it's called, and that brings up that box. I just can't remember what it's called. Somebody knows. Well, that's how. I mean, that's how. That's what I'm saying. If I click on let's click on Zevo, okay? So right now, no shorts available. If I click on VSTM, it tells me in this box. See, right there, 3.79 million. And this is from Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, the market's going to open in less than 1 minute. Well, let's have a great trading day. I mean, you know, let's see what happens. Just one moment, please. Well, that's one way to do it, Titus. But this is I used to do that also. Just hover over the dot; it'll show you. But this I like this idea better, where you just have this box up and running the whole time instead of having to hover over the dot. All right, everybody. Well, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes typically, so let's just see what's going to happen here. SLB, that's it, KRs. Yeah, do a search on SLB. SLB. Why don't I never remember that because it's not intuitive. All right, well, let's see what's happening, guys. Opening up, down 500. Down 500. SPY is down a whack. NAS is down 283. So, well, there's my premise on the VSTM, guys. It is now starting to fade. VSTM. Morning paradox. All right, well, hey, listen, a glimmer of hope here. Look at EDSA, glimmer of hope. I mean, I don't really care market was up or down, but I know a lot of you will not short. So EDSA, though, it's holding. It is holding. This is a virus play. I might have to turn off my sound alert, my gap down. It's just triggering over and over and over and over and over again. For whatever reason, this one wasn't down, SDC. I mean, I know it was a meme stock. I don't know how the memes are going to do today at all. Robinhood bounced off 40 anyway. Robinhood, HOOD, bounced off 40. Yeah, somebody's saying the shippers are hit. I mean, probably, I mean, every sector has been hit, but I see SB moving down. Cliff, CLF, Cleveland Cliffs, not a shipper, of course, but just, you know, there's the 200-day down here. Maybe that holds. I don't know. Maybe it holds. That's around 1897, the 200-day. But I'm just waiting out this first 15 minutes. I don't have too many actually in the watch list. Okay, well, there's Hut with a bit of a bounce here, guys. So, you know, hey, who knows? Maybe if there's the first 15-minute candle as we speak, it's modestly green. Have to wait and see. Of course, it's only 3.5 minutes in. And we have our first halt of the day. VATE just got halted. VATE. So this, I doubt this is an IPO. All right, guys. Well, listen, Zevo, after getting hit from 838 all the way down to, that's a huge percentage drop. It is starting to move. I don't see any news, as somebody pointed out. I don't see any news for it. I don't see any news for Zevo whatsoever. I'm sure if you had to scour somewhere, you could find it, but I don't see any news for ZIVO. Okay, thank you, Casa. So it's a new, so symbol name change for VATE, okay? And we have it here. Funny, IB doesn't show it, but we have it here. Okay, completes a name change from HC2 Holdings. Oh, I can't. I have no idea if FBRX is a buy. But we are getting some bounces. We are getting some bounces. And look at the BYSI. That's a big bounce so far. Yeah, look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume for BYSI that came in. And just a little bit above the VWAP. 1920 is the VWAP, just a little bit above it. Yeah, surf is, no, I won't say it. Surf is above. Okay, it's up. Surf's up. There's a 200-day moving average, 815 coming right into the 200-day moving average. So this is still, this is good. I mean, you know, look, had a nice day on Friday, of course. Huge volume for it. So let's just take a look at FBRX from Sam. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, who knows if this is a... This got killed a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago probably. All right, SPY in mini, and I mean mini recovery mode. Mini recovery mode. Credit Suisse, so I'm sure most of the banks, here's UBS, CS, just looking at some of the financials that are triggering my gap down. Well, so far I'm wrong on the VSTM. I almost shorted it. It was a little bit early, but I almost shorted it on that little pop, and then it started to drop. So hey, I might be wrong. I still feel it's going to move down at some point during the day, but yeah, it's just, you know, it's the phase 1 and 2 that obviously bugs me about it. But hey, you know, I'll have to tank on phase 1 or 2. Yeah, I know Zivo is moving, Sam. Too early though for me. I typically wait the first 15 minutes out just to let things settle down a little bit. Very interested to see what happens in my option scanner today. Well, I mean, both on the long side, but mainly on the short side, depending what the market does. If we get a nice little rally in the market, we're going to see a lot of stocks that you know are going to rebound. I'm not talking about these sort of little bios, but some of the more mainstream stocks that were just taken down with the rest of them because the whole market was down. Okay, VATE just opened. Yeah, CRVS was excellent. It was excellent. William mentioned. Well, we were, of course, a lot of us were trading that one on Friday. CRVS was excellent, and it kept moving. Yes, after hours. Look at the after hour move. Got all the way up to 714. All right, guys, so I am seeing a lot of stocks that are actually kind of bouncing here. Stocks that were hard hit in the pre-market, I'm seeing a lot of them that are bouncing. How sustained that bounce is, we have no idea. Here's one, like TMC. I mean, it's still down for the day, 3 cents off Friday's close. But it's looking interesting. This was a meme stock for sure. So that's TME, and it's actually just gone positive. TME. I'm sorry, TMC. TMC, not TME. That's all right, guys. Well, hey, listen, surf is good. Surf is now approaching $8. And there's that 200-day. I mean, look, if it takes out that 200-day, 815, what do we have when we look left on the monthly chart? We have next high is around, well, that's 8, sorry. Is that right? Can't be. Yeah, that's 8. 8. So, I mean, these highs right there on the monthly chart, so it's, is that right? It looks a little out of whack. Yeah, there's something wrong. Maybe I've got to click here. Yeah, sorry, I hadn't clicked into the chart. So the next highs are around that 950 level on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, let's see if there's a high. There's one at 838 before it hits that 950 odd. So can it take out 8? I mean, can it get through that 200-day? That's the big question right now for surf. And, you know, I didn't even see it showing up in my option scanner. Shoot, the reason being, I see it, I didn't hear it because I had so many of these gap downs triggering at the same time that with my sound alert, it probably the gap downs overrode that one. I didn't even see it or hear it. So this is what I'm talking about. So we had an alert there, 788 for surf, my option scanner. Oh man, that actually, you know, I mean, for a day like today, that's awesome. I mean, 788 on the alert, and it really, there was the alert, and then after that, up to 818, 819, you know, right at that 200-day area. Hey guys, and look at this first 15-minute candle. We still have another 2 minutes for this to close, but it is green and a lot of volume. Look at the volume, a lot of volume. Remember when we opened, the market was down 500 or so? Man. Yeah, it's too bad missing this one. Well, I hope those of you with this one, I hope you saw this one. I just didn't see it. And that's the surf from my option scanner. All right, guys, another just about 30 seconds for this candle to close. The big one will be the next candle. Can it be green also? They don't have to be super wide bars or anything like that, but can it be green, or is it just going to reverse? That'll give us a bit of a clue about what might happen. I'm talking about the SPY candle right there. Well, I mean, the longer this holds over this 200-day moving average, it might just present us another opportunity to get into it. The longer it holds, I mean, there it is. Because what did we say looking left? I think 838 was the next high looking left for surf. But I mean, look, it's as Real says, this is an area. Okay, so this may reject it now. But definitely a nice little trade. Lost sight of the VSTM. Well, it finally, I mean, the VSTM went 360 now down to 330. There's that high right up there, 360 down to 334 now. Showing its true colors as a little bio. Yeah, I mean, now look at surf. All right, well, uranium, here's Sam's favorite. Uranium had a big hit on Friday, though. Probably most of the uranium plays did that, but still negative, but it is trying to bounce a bit. All right, guys. Okay, so again, that first 15-minute candle, green, but look at that second one, starting off red. I mean, let's see if it just wipes out that first 15-minute candle. All right, so Zelo just showed up here, 767. Again, no news that I can see. No news for today for Zevo. All right, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything interesting. GRTS making a little bit of a move. I don't know on what sort of volume, GRTS. Okay, the volume's not bad. I mean, starting off 309,000. It is trying, I mean, it is trying to actually bounce here. It's got up to 1440 at the big day on Friday, but then the big sell-off, 1440 high, and then it sold right off. The idea of the surfing tab, if you click on it, somebody asked in our YouTube room, if you click on it, it'll take a look at all the top list windows that you have up, even if you have them minimized, and it'll just surf through, take a look at the top 3 as you have them sorted in your top list windows, and it'll load the charts. Okay, so once it's finished with the top 3 in one top list window, it'll go to the next one, and then the next one, depending how many you have open, and then it'll just cycle back. So it just loads charts automatically. That's what surfing does. Kind of kick back and say, okay, let's the system load charts for me and see if there's anything interesting. And it's just a toggle on and off. So if you are surfing and then you go to a chart, it'll pause the surfing so you can take a look at the chart a little bit longer. Okay, that's one way. That pauses it. If you click on an alert, that'll stop it completely. Or, of course, this is, again, just a toggle on and off. Yeah, I mean, ZIVO from my watch list, not bad. I mean, again, 767, 782. What do we see? The 200-day right above it. I mean, it's at 836, the 200-day moving average. Mr. Real, good morning. All right, PTGX on the way down here. PTGX, oh, continuation on the way down. That's right. This had a, what a day it had. I can't remember exactly what the situation was, what the news was for PTGX on Friday, but look at this. But it is continuing down here. And that is shortable for me anyway. Interactive brokers. So if you look left, what do we see? The monthly chart, the low of the monthly is 1416 on the monthly. It's broken down right through this area on the weekly, so there's really not that much holding it up. Except, you know, the next low looking left on the monthly is 1416. All right, guys. Well, Corvus actually showed up on moving lower with unusually strong options, okay? CRVS. Unfortunately for me, it is not shortable. Well, Zach posted it. The reason why, let's see, why wouldn't I have seen it? AVIR. One of the filters obviously is not being met for whatever reason. I have a count filter in here, so it has to make a series of new highs. Oh, I can tell you right off the bat, it's not going to show up here because I have a price limit upper range of $20. So, you know, if you mean you can always revise this, the basic new highs and lows. You want to see things that are above 20. It's just a personal preference for me. All right, HSBC. Now, this is probably a huge float. Yeah, it's a huge float. It did show up on the option scanner on the way down. It's a huge float. I mean, I don't know how much more it can go. But when you look at it, I mean, look at that gap down. And yeah, I missed the boat, guys. I missed the boat on that VSTM short. Okay, the low of the pre-market was 20. You know what? Just for fun, I'm going to stick an alert down here for HSBC. Typically, I would not look at something like this with that sort of a float, but it did come in the option scanner on the way down. So see if it takes this out. It's not that far to go because it does have some room underneath. And if the market remains weak, this could drift down for the balance of the day. Well, Surf just made another new high after the big pullback. Down to 770, just popped right back up. Big bottoming tail there, so sellers tried. They tried to knock it down, but buyers are still in control and they still have some room. 838. 838 is the next high looking left for surf. Gets through that, then it has a shot to get to that 957 level. Remember I was talking about TMC earlier. TMC. Remember it was slightly negative. It was about 3 cents under, and now look at it. TMC, nice recovery. All right, guys, so this is an Israeli stock, and it is an earnings play. Looks like this is an earnings play. Yeah, it is an earnings play. CGNT, big gap down. If you look at the daily chart, I mean, this is maybe a support area, 24.50 or so, so about $1.50 to get to that area. Now, it did move down to 25.34. A little bit erratic right now. You have topping tails, bottoming tails, so direction unknown right now. Look at, wow, GRTS. I know I just mentioned that one a little while back also. It's one of my thumbnail charts. On the move here. It's actually gone positive. Yeah, so we're definitely seeing some bounces. All right, the longer this holds over that, again, that 200-day moving average, surf, but it's got to get through that 838. What did it get to? It got up to 838. Amazing, isn't it? It literally got up to 838. And if you look left on the weekly chart, 838 is the next high. So it got right to that penny. So another big bank with a huge float, UBS and HSBC are showing up on the option scanner. I just don't know how active they can possibly be with that float. I'd like to see something else coming into that option scanner on the way down. Well, here's another one. I mean, it's showing up in my option ratio scanner. So, but it's coming in right into, again, another one coming into the 200-day moving average area. Yeah, TMC was probably the best. I mean, look at the volume. Look at the 15-minute chart. Look at the volume. Probably one of the best of the bouncers. Look at the volume, and it's increasing. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so take a look. Look left. Certainly in the weekly chart, the high was 11 watts today. Okay, best is right at that 200-day moving average. If you look left, 179. Looks like it's got too much resistance between here and 2. And it's a big float, 231 million in the float. So I mean, it's an impressive move to be up 22% with that float. And on a day like today, I don't see any specific news on it. So is a China stock. Now, Lucid is, yeah, Lucid is having a nice bounce. LCID definitely having a nice bounce. It's now gone positive, barely, right at that 2238. So it took out the 200-day moving average. It took it out briefly on Friday. Well, it closed above it on Friday. Still, now it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average, but $1 above it. How's RIDE doing? This is the trade of the week and has not triggered. The trigger is, the suggested entry is 706. Morning Cordelia. All right, guys, Corvus is actually trying to bounce here. So I'd be watching this one. I mean, it was so strong after hours. CRVS. It was a strong day and a tremendous after hours move. It got hit like most stocks this morning. You know, I mean, I know you're giving up some, but if it took out 544, you know, that area right there, it could have a shot to, you know, first of all, that would get it positive for the day if it could get up to this area right here. 544 from 5, whatever it is now, 509. It may not happen. I'm also, again, it did show up on the option scanner on the way down. So I'm going to stick an alert at that point also. So I've bracketed my price alert for a CRVS to see if it breaks out one way or the other. Oh, I know, William. We were. I think you were talking about a $5 area, and it certainly did get there and more after hours. Take a look at DDI. Just an absolute disaster. Huge players in this one. And just an absolute disastrous IPO. All right, guys, PTGX just made another new low. And again, looking left, 1416 is the next low, I believe. Looking left. So this still has some room to move down, PTGX. And unfortunately, we've got now another red. We had with that. The candle, the second candle was red on the SPY, and now the third one is starting to be red. And it might wipe out these little momentary gains we had in that first 15-minute candle. So I'd be watching your longs. I'd be watching those in early bounce plays to see if they just, they start fading now. I don't know. I can't. You'll have to phone them, Sam. I'd love to see something else in my option scanner on the way down, other than these two big banks, and something that was kind of strong on Friday. I'd rather see something that was kind of weak, and see if that pops in there. Well, the EDSA has been choppy. I mean, another high almost to $10. Did it get to 10? It got right to 10. There's that psychological number, guys. In my opinion, anyway. It could not take out 10. And look at this bounce. I mean, it's a 25% move down off that high of 10. All right, EDSA on the way down. IRNT, take a look at IRNT. That's that iron net. Yeah, just out of the price range I like, but yeah, I mean it's not positive yet. It's still negative. This was a huge one, of course, on up to Thursday. Then it had the big drop on Friday. Meme stock. All right, we have mixed emotions for Corvus now. CRVS now did appear on the option scanner, both on the way down and on the way up now. VS, barely. You see, well, let's watch. I mean, if it starts to move, I mean, remember, it hit, what did it hit? $7 after hours on Friday. When I'm talking about mixed, because it showed up here also on the way down, and now it's showing up on the way up in the option scanner. Well, my number one was VSTM, and I just kind of missed the boat on it. I really thought it might move down, and it certainly did. I mean, they got the high at 350. It's at 311 now. I mean, if the SPY takes out that, there's the low. Let's stick an alert here. All right, guys, I just want to check one thing. Oh my goodness, guys, that Grito 20 is still alive. This is a long one. So, we still have a promo on. I thought it would be over for sure, but it's still alive and kicking. Maybe they forgot. We won't tell them. Okay? So, this is what I'm talking about. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas with a 20% discount, that promo code is still alive. And also just, I know I'm going to go into this spiel in about 8 minutes or so, but again, for those of you who might be interested in trying this out, we do have our test drive coming soon. Let me just get the links in. So when you click on the test drive link, so test drive October 11th to 22nd. Okay, so it starts on Friday. I'm sorry, on Monday, October 11th. That is to the October 22nd. That is 10 trading days. So we don't have free trials. Okay, we get that a lot. We don't have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. So for $11.11, you will have access to our full program for 10 trading days, as long as you can start on the 11th and go to the 22nd. Okay, if you can't, you'll get fewer days. It's that simple. So don't want to mislead anybody. You don't get 10 days no matter when you start. You have to start on the 11th and go right to the 22nd. Then you'll get the full 10 days. And also, if you are a standard subscriber and you want to upgrade for those 10 trading days, you can do so for the 11.11. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to disconnect or unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. And please read carefully. It doesn't start until the 11th. I still cannot believe how many people email us. And what you're doing right now is you are basically pre-registering, okay? But it doesn't start till the 11th. So you're pre-registering now. You'll get no data until the 11th. So please read it. Wow, that's EDSA, guys. Well, you can ask me, Pamela. I mean, it's pretty simple. You have to have this Brokerage Plus window up and running, okay? Number one. So if you're using, you set up the PC, okay? So you just literally click on New and then Brokerage Plus. So you have to have this window up and running. And then you click on Sim. Now you're in the simulator. I think what happens is it'll say Select Account and just select Simulated Trading, and that's it. Then you just start to practice. Really nothing more than that. But you have to have if you have to have a toolbar that looks like this, and again, and then click on New, and then, but the other thing is that take a look at the Brokerage Plus. The second video goes into a lot of it, okay? With the simulator also. Yeah, they're certainly were shortable. Well, there's HSBC. Will you? Maybe. Who knows? Maybe that'll just be a gentle trade all the way down. Just one today so far, Sam. Nothing shaking on it. Yeah, let me know, Pamela. Once you get this window, I'll let you know. Load your Brokers Plus window, and then click on this. Click on Sim, and then I think right there it'll probably say something like Select Account, and then you select Simulated Trading Default, and then you're away. Now you just literally click on an alert. Symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade, the price, etc., etc. All right, guys. Well, listen, the Corvus is now just gone slightly positive. CRVS from the scanner, option scanner. IVZ, I think, Real, you saw this one last week on the way down. IVZ, IVZ, coming into that 200-day moving average. That's not too far away. This was, this is on the option scanner on the way down, but, you know, take a look. I mean, that 200-day moving average may hold it. All right, guys, moment of truth maybe for the Corvus. It's right at the trigger. Well, no, I'm sorry. 533 was the trigger. It's still holding above the 200-day moving average. Actually, just a minute before I say that. The VWAP, sorry, I meant the VWAP. Just holding above the VWAP right now, 540 for the Corvus, CRVS. I did see APRE in the pre-market. It was one of the few that were up. Yeah, but now it's not. I mean, look at this. So it was up pre-market, but market open and just drifting down. No. No idea, Alan. Never used Fidelity. I'm in Canada. I'm not sure that it's available in Canada. And charts, I mean, I have one IB chart. I mean, I use the Trade Ideas charts. Okay. I have one IB chart only just to see some of the pre-market, to see what happened, you know, before Trade Ideas starts getting their data. We get our data starting at 7 in the morning. IB, of course, is 4 in the morning Eastern time. So I just glance at it, that's all. But other than that, I use the Trade Ideas charts. They do have, okay, yeah, but I've never used it. Never used Fidelity in Canada. I use Trade Ideas charts, yeah. Okay, so April, typically what we do is Friday. So the test drive starts on the Monday. Typically what we do on the Friday before, about an hour after the market closes, you'll actually have access to the program. Okay? Obviously the data is not no more live data or anything like that, but then you can play around with the docking and all, so you'll be set up if you want to. You'll be set up for docking if you want to create docks, yes. So I guess the answer is yes. I don't guess. The answer is yes. The main reason for docking is not to set up, you know, the individual, like the docking like I've got here. It's great. I love it and all that, but of course that's not the main, it's not the main reason. For me, it's a great little feature. But you can still have free floating windows. To me, the main reason for most people will be to take a look at the dock channel bar. Okay, because then you can take a look at all the theme channels, and when you click on one, your layout doesn't disappear. That's the main feature, I think, for most people. Setting up the docked windows, it's great, not mandatory. Speaking of which, 10:22. So let me go into my little spiel about trade ideas, all right? So, as pointed out before, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And as I found out, our promo code is still alive. I'm quite surprised, but I'm not going to tell them. I think they were supposed to take it down, but hey, you can still get 20% off. So when you click on my link, my homepage link, you will see a promo code for 15% off. Obviously, don't use this one. Use the Grito 20 to get 20% off. Your first month only, or the entire year. Okay? I'm going to go over that in just a bit. Just a bit. Because I do want to put my homepage link in. Yeah, that was a brief blip of optimism, that first 15-minute candle. But now we are 45 minutes almost, and we have about 6 minutes for this candle. About 6 minutes for this candle, this last 15-minute candle to close, so I'm sorry guys, I don't know why that stupid trade of the week, not stupid, but it is copying along with, it's my mistake, so I just want to get my homepage link on its own. All right, so I popped my homepage link in, a lot of information here, all right? Lots of information. So when you click on my homepage link, and in this main trading room, you'll see I have a tab called Barry's Homepage, so it's there available for you all day. Also, so when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So as I said, don't use this promo code. You know, use Grito, G-R-T-I-O, all caps, 20 for 20% off the first month or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. When you click on Get Trade Ideas, yeah, there's an oops, guys. So that SPY now is below the low of the first 15-minute candle, or right at it. So again, when you click on my link, this is what you'll see. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium would be 22 on an annual basis would be 2268 a year minus the 20%. The standard would be 1068 a year minus the 20%. The big difference, not very active today at all, only one alert so far, is the AI, which we nickname Holly. Okay, I'll go over that in a bit. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's perfectly fine. Standard is 118, premium is 228. You can apply that discount, that 20% discount, to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly discount, subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, if you do take out a subscription today, today's the 20th of September, if by say October 19th you decide, I love it, I want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 20% promo. More information now. On my homepage, there are 3 free sections. 3 free sections. The trade of the week, stock of the day, and the education section. So the stock trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't think this week's is triggered. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and then all of the education. Mainly to do with, introducing you to trade ideas. We've got these 20 introductory lessons, how to create top lists, alert windows, etc. We have a daily support session between 12 and 1. I take a break at around 12. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so I believe it's going to be Sean. Before I take my break, I will put the link in. Daily webinars. So this week is the Monday-Wednesday cycle, okay? Yeah, I think it's the Monday, I can't remember anymore. No, I think it's the Tuesday-Thursday. I can't remember if we had a, it's the Tuesday-Thursday cycle, okay? We used to do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but now we're staggering them. So this week is the Tuesday-Thursday cycle. Bottom line is, sign up for them, you'll get an email, okay? You can sign up, that's all free. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, etc. Back to basics. So this is not trade ideas. This is literally, if you don't know how to trade, well, not how to trade so much, but introduction to a lot of the basic aspects of trading. Introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance. Great little series. And some trading ebooks. So a lot of information on my homepage, and now we get to the other main section, my scans. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber to have access to my scans. I have a sample layout here that you can use, and all sorts of individual scans that I've created, and including the moving higher with unusually strong options, which is certainly my favorite. Okay, so you have to be a subscriber, obviously. So that's why I'm saying a lot of information in these 2 sections. So save my link, then you can take a look at this whenever you want. A moment here. Okay, let me see if there are any questions that came in. You can, you can backtest up to 10. We give you 10 in standard just to give you an idea about what it is. But the premium service is, if you want to do extensive backtesting, you need our premium service. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan. Basic new highs and lows, I call it. So if I right-click, configure, summary, I'll see what this scan is looking for. If you create your own scans, you always start off with some filters. And if I didn't have filters here and I just look for stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, I would be inundated with alerts. So create some filters, get it down to a manageable number. So if these, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20, etc. If these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, that's when I get a real-time alert. Good news about trade ideas, in my opinion anyway, is that you don't have to learn a programming language. If again I right click on an alert window and click on configure and then I click on search, these are all the alerts that we have. These icons are the alert icons, and when I scroll down and turns to these icons, these are the filter icons. So if you're looking to create your own scans, we feel we have enough alerts and filters that you can, with the right combination, you can create the scan that you're looking for. As I said, I'm sharing a lot of scans. I'm sharing, a sample layout. So if you didn't, and also, if you go to our toolbar, go to the toolbar, yes, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar. If you don't have Dock Channel Bar as one of your options, that means you're not on the latest version of Trade Ideas. I would encourage you to do that. Go to our homepage and download the latest version. Here's our channel bar. This is a themed channel bar. So every one of these channels is a layout with a theme. So for instance, here's the momentum channel. Okay. So again, if you didn't want to take the time, don't have the inclination to create your own scans, we create a lot of them for you. And if you wanted this one, if you wanted this specific scan, you could save it to the cloud. Then you could go to another channel, stock surging channel as an example. If you like this specific scan, this top list window, the action is heating up. If you like this one, you could save it to the cloud. And so the idea then is you can go to the individual channels. You can start extracting scans that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can just bring them back from the cloud one by one to create your own layout. And you didn't have to know how to create these in the first place. So we try to make it very, very easy. Simple. You want stocks that are at least up 5% for the day? Very simple. Are you a subscriber concept or? Concept? Can you hear me? Okay, so very simple. Just, in fact, if you right click on an alert window or a top list window and just type in change in the search window, this will give you a lot of different looks, but the change from the close, %, or you could do change from the open, %. But if you choose change from the close, %, add the filter, and put 5 in here, then every stock you see will be at least up 5%. Okay, so that's very, very simple. Yeah, you should start looking at a large cap. Take a look at. Get used to look. I don't know if you've ever created a scan before, but just take a look. Your best bet is to click on search, okay? Now, for instance, if you click on search and then you see we have a category, one of the categories is fundamentals. One of the categories is fundamentals. I'll get rid of this. So you'll see all the fundamentals. So you mentioned market cap. Well, here it is. So you pick whatever market cap you want. Add the filter or pick and whatever the minimum you want and start building it that way. Okay? So it's not adding, you're just adding filters. You're not adding it to, Well, yes, I guess semantics, yeah. So you just keep adding filters to get the look you want. You might want a price range, you know, you might want, I don't know, a minimum float, you know, all sorts of things you can do, of course. Best bet, ever wondering about what we might have, is to go to an alert window, right click, and then click on search, and then just start typing. You know, if you want RSI, something to do with RSI, this is what we have. You don't see it here, we don't have it. In other words, if somebody said, well, I want the 20-minute RSI, we don't have it. Okay, as an example. So just best bet, instead of, you know, waiting and wondering, do we have something? Just do that, use that search and type in something and see what we have. I missed the boat on this one. I hear it over and over and over again. Well, I said this PTGX, I think 1411 or so was the, what did I say? I think it had a low right down here, 1416, so it's getting closer and closer. PGTX getting closer and closer. All right, now nothing really shaking in the AI today. I'll go over it briefly. This is part of our premium service. If you click on new, this is how I would watch it. Click on new, and then, whoops, click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. When you do that, never mind these two up here, but this is what you'll see. And you just wait for the alerts to happen, okay? You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the price. You can watch to see how it's trading. You have a stop. You can just sort of see nothing's really shaking today. Only had a couple of alerts. How you trade them will be up to you. No video and saying, well, this is how you trade the AI. But I would incorporate this window as part of your layout. If you have our premium service, then you don't have to load it every day. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. The first alert we had was at 9:43, then the next one at 10:26. A very quiet day so far for the AI. I don't know, we couldn't seem to find any news about Zevo. We kept looking at, well, we kept looking to see if, I don't see any headline, I see nothing about Zevo. So, maybe it's a room pump, I really don't know. All right, guys, now just a little bit talking about this window that you see here, this big blue, well, predominantly blue. We call this Brokerage Plus. So if you have to be using our application, downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. And, you know, there it is in the toolbar. So you just click on it, this window will load. Now, I'm going to put a video in, or a link to two videos, I should say. You know, I missed this one. I cannot believe it. PTGX actually even showed up in the option scanner on the way down. Well, my excuse is, of course, I'm talking a lot. You have no excuses. And if you don't have this one, guys, you know, I showed people how to flip this. This is my favorite scan of all time. But, you know, I was interested to see what would happen. The same, just the flip version. So this is moving higher with unusually strong options, moving lower with unusually strong options. You don't know how to flip it? I will show you guys a little bit later. So I popped that Brokerage Plus link in, 2 videos. The short video shows you if you happen to have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? And then the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, and it's also relevant to now the main reason I talk about this is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please, please, please practice trading first before you commit money to the market. We have a great simulator here. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, it uses our real-time data. Click on an alert, symbol shows up, you can pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at, click buy, most of you will click buy as opposed to shorting, okay? And it's as simple as that. Let me just, I always like to demonstrate something, maybe taking something on a pullback. Let's take a look at Lucid, okay, as an example, LCID. Let's say you wanted to trade Lucid, but you don't want to take it right now, it's on the way down, but maybe if it pulled back to this level, this 2250, right around here, you want to take the trade. So you pick how many shares you want to do that at. 2250. So you put 2250. In both the price and the stop box, okay? Don't ask me why. I've just been doing that forever. And if I click the buy button, a blue line will appear on the chart. So if LCID gets down to 2250, it'll take the trade. It'll take 300 shares. Okay, so that's as simple as you can get. I mean, it's so simple to do. A lot of you like to take pullbacks. You know, you don't want to take something at the high. You want to, if it pulls back to a certain level, that's what might get you interested in taking a trade. So that's how you can do that. Just showing you the mechanics of how to do it. Now let's take a trade and talk a little bit about money management. Again, we're talking now the mechanics of all this, okay? Now, would I do this? No, because I mean, there's the 200-day is right there. But let's just say, you know, best looked a lot better than it does. The 200-day is not there, etc. If I wanted to take best right here, I'm going to take, what's the spread? Yeah, it's only a penny. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market. Okay, and notice there it is at 164. That's the entry, 164. I'm going to put a stop at 144. Why? I want to make the math easy. Not because that's where the stop should be, but when you get into trading, you know, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. So how I trade, and you know, real and many people in the room trade, you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the stock when it doesn't work, out of the trade when it doesn't work. So, you know, it's called a stop. And that's where the practice comes in, because you know how I do it, I like to size up a chart to see where I think there could be a support area, so that if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. Others might use the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the previous 15-minute candle. How you determine your stop and how you get comfortable with it will only come with practice. Okay? So I put the stop 20 cents away, again, to make the math easy, because now here's the next point. When you get into trading, if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000, a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade, just to make the math simple. Notice I entered this trade at 164. I put the stop at 144. That is 20 cents away. Why did I take 500 shares? Because I'm risking $100. Notice the big red line on the chart. So if it dropped down to 144, it would take me out for a $100 loss. That's the max I wanted to lose in the simulator on this trade. So how did we get 500 shares? If you divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500. Okay, so A little bit of money management at play here, which is extremely important if you're going to try to last in this business. And the other aspect is to obey your stop. Sometimes it's really hard, especially when you start taking your first trades. You get into a trade. I had a great press release. It had great earnings. It had great this and that. The setup looked great. You thought you had a proper stop in place. The room is talking about it. Guess what? Even if you can check all the boxes to get you into a trade, even the best ideas don't work sometimes. Okay? So, the discipline to obey your stop is so key. Yes, there are going to be times where you obey your stop and then it bounces off and it starts making you oodles of money and you say, why the heck did I obey my stop? It's going to happen. Okay, that will happen. But many times though, you don't obey your stop. That $100 that you were planning, your manageable loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell and you kick yourself. So that's how I trade. You'll never ever see me disobey my stop. Now, can I get out of a trade before the stop? Yes. This number here, again, this is all in the simulator. This is the max I want to lose. But if I saw this one starting to drift down, the market's drifting down, and I'm looking at it, I don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out earlier, if I just don't like the way it's trading. But this is the max I want to lose in the trade. And you should always repeat this. You should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. It sounds maybe a little crazy, but look for reasons not to take a trade. For instance, would I take this trade? No, because I see the 200-day moving average right there, okay? So when I'm looking at, most of the things that I look at are near the high of the day or near the low of the day if I want to short. So I'm not having to worry too much about intraday resistance. So that's why I'm always looking at a higher time frame, the daily, the weekly, and the monthly, looking left to see, okay, where is the next high? Where could it stall? So, I'm sizing things up pretty quickly. If I don't see a lot of room, then I don't take the trade. If I see the 200-day, very close, I don't take the trade. So there are some checkpoints that I have that if I can't say yes to them, then I just don't take the trade. Now, sometimes some people have too many checkpoints, in my opinion. They've got to have all 20 things aligning. You'll never trade then. You'll just have it's corny, but analysis by paralysis or paralysis by whatever. Analysis by paralysis by analysis. That's the way it should be. You just can't take anything because you need everything to line up. Well, if you have too many factors that have to line up, you'll probably never trade. There you go, guys. So that's it. So now I can maybe take a look at some things that are happening. Nothing's really shaking in the AI at all. So the market, listen, it moved down, but not giant red bars. So maybe that little low of the day might hold. Not pre-market. It's a little bit lower in the pre-market, but that might hold. I see a little glimmer of hope here with a green candle. If you're looking for longs. All right, guys. Well, let's see what is happening now. So the Corvus is in no man's land. It's it's right between, the suggestion to short it and the suggestion to go long in the option scanner. So typically we had one like that on Friday, and I stayed away from it. We get mixed signals. You know, you want something that's pretty definite in the option scanner, in my opinion anyway, so I just sort of stayed away from it. Well, I don't know if it's disappointing. I mean, you know, it was a tremendous trade if you took it when it went positive, TMC, right about here, from 10. I mean, it got up to, I mean, remember what the day is. You know, so it went from 10 to 11.18 before it pulled back. I mean, that's a 10% run on a day in which, you know, the market's down. Huge. So you're obviously disappointed because it didn't keep running. Which is fine. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disappointed. I just don't think you can expect, very few stocks are going to, you know, keep running. I'm not saying there's not one. Somebody's going to go, yeah, Barry, but what about this one? I'm not saying there isn't one or two or even 10. And now I'm getting no new alerts. Now these are hotkeys, just to let you know a little bit of what these icons are on the side here. So flatten, if you highlight a stock that you're in, just highlight it. So I'm going to just left click and you highlight the stock. If you wanted to get it out of the trade, you just flatten it. If you want to get out of half your trade, half. If you want to double it, you double it. Okay? So these are just some quick hotkeys you can use. All right. Yeah, I'm getting no new alerts. And you can kind of see, I mean, look how dormant almost the AI is. Only a couple of alerts, neither of them really moving from the alert price. It's just that sort of a day right now anyway. Now we get you know, if we can find a base here in the SPY and then we start to get maybe, you know, 3 or 4 green candles in a row, you know, 45 minutes to an hour, you know, we might start to see some of the stocks that have been beaten up continue to bounce a bit. But right now, you know what? I mean, just sit on your hands. You can't find something to trade. Don't get anxious. Don't trade out of boredom. You too, Pete. Am I having problems with the interactive brokers today? No. I'm not having any issues. My connection has been solid. I did a couple of things up completely on my own, trading, and nothing untoward happened. So I can say only for myself, no issues. Really? Well, did you just try to connect? Or were you connected earlier and that's the message you're getting? Or because I connected a long time ago, obviously. And of course, yeah, it says clients might experience. So it might be, well, I don't know. Yeah. Did you just try to connect? So I don't know. Maybe people are, there's lots of people trying to connect and in panic mode. I don't know. All right, guys. Well, let's see. BTBT. This is a crypto play breaking down underneath 9 and well, hardly no support, guys. I mean, look left. The next low looking left. Wow, the next low looking left is 771 for BTBT crypto play. All right, guys, I'm not on mute. It's just nothing, not seeing any. Yeah, I'm going to cancel that. I've been trying to short this GOGL, but it's down over 10%. I can't get a fill. There's shorts available, I just can't get a fill. It's because of that uptick rule where I want it, so I'm just going to leave it alone. It showed up on my option scanner at 981. And you look left, I mean, it's got room. I mean, it's got some room down to 931. No. No way to change the settings, no. Not the hotkeys. I mean, you can set up your limit, your own limit buy and sells in individual strategies, if you have one. With a limit offset of, whatever. But you have to watch that video that explains it all. But in terms of a hotkey, well, the limit actually, I think the limit, the limit order. So you can assign the limit order right here. And use a minus sign, like minus. So if you're willing to take, you want to get out of a trade and you put the limit as say minus 0.05, 0.05, you're then willing to take the trade 5 cents out of the alert. Well, William, I know you've been shying away from that BYSI, but man, it's just, sinking. And you're saying this was just a rehash? But look at this. I mean, this has got no support. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average way down here at 1350. There's no support on the daily chart whatsoever until it hits that 200-day moving average. Well, the market has flattened out. That's the best I can say. The market looks like it's trying to flatten out a bit. We haven't seen another giant. We haven't had a giant red candle. We had the huge gap down, of course, but we haven't seen some unbelievable selling pressure with a big giant red candle since the market opened. We've got red candles, but I'm talking about something that might look like this. And as I said, if you're in at 9 o'clock, I said, well, September is living up to its billing. September historically is the worst performing month in the market. Historically, I don't know how many years that goes back, 50, 60 years, 100 years, I really don't know. But historically, September is the worst performing month in the market. Yeah, it's got that 200-day to deal with. I have my doubts. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, 173. Has that to deal with. I mean, it did get briefly above the area of the 200-day moving average, but I have my doubts. Ah, man, oh man. So that was a good alert. I just, it was just driving me crazy. I was trying to short this one, GOGL. There was the alert at 981, and it's at it's at 969 right now. It looks like it just wants to keep inching downwards. I just couldn't, I kept dropping my bid penny by penny. I just could not get a fill. Yeah, we keep looking for some news for Zevo, and still don't see anything. It's a low float, crazy low float, 6 million in the float. So how can a stock be up 169%? That's your number right there. Just focus on that number right there, the float, very low. But, the fact that there is really no news on it, that nobody can seem to find. I'd rather forget SDC, but okay. Yeah, I mean, look how choppy it is on that 15-minute chart. Topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, it may bounce off 7, or 7. It may bounce off 7, like it's trying to. I just have a tough time getting into this one. Ah, okay, Pamela. Okay, great. Yeah, that's just it. But that's no, of course, no reason, Allagash. I mean, obviously, yes, we know it's high. We can tell it's high volume. We can tell that it's traded the float 11.9 times. You know, we know all that, but of course the question is why? Exactly. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, it just has the headline. Yeah, I mean, we could TI headline also. I mean, TI headline. Look at this. Look at it. Traded the float 11, almost 12 times right now. Okay. What do I mean by that? If you take 6 million, which is the float, and you divide that into how many shares is traded, that's the float turnover ratio, which is basically now over 12. The only other one that is traded the float over the minimum that I have of 1.5 is EDSA. And, you know, it had news such as it is, phase two. I'm inclined to just stick an alert right down here, 747, and see if it takes this out and starts moving down. I mean, it's again, I have a real bias against these little ones releasing phase. I'm not saying they shouldn't. All I'm saying is that when we see a little bio releasing phase one or phase two news data, yeah, you get all the excitement in the pre-market, but 9 times, I shouldn't say that, many times they just fade. You know, the VSTM, another one. I just kind of lost sight of it. It's the one I was really focusing on to short. Just lost sight of it, unfortunately. And that was phase 1/2 news. Mentioning Bros, the coffee IPO. Yeah, I mean, hey, well, I had the gap down pre-market. Didn't look great, but yeah, I mean, it definitely had a nice recovery. You know, it's still $10, not quite $10 off its high of Friday, but yeah, I mean, considering what the market is doing, it's pretty good. I don't have a halt for that one. AZYO must be under 20,000 shares. AZYO must be under 20,000 shares. Yeah, so I don't have a halt for it because my halt filter is a minimum of 20,000 shares. But yeah, it is halted, and the anticipated open is under 810. It says 720. Well, it's hard to know. It's not trading enough to really to know where it's going to go when it comes out of the halt. Well, they would have to have. They can use. I mean, they can use the halt. They can use this, but they have to, have a lower. I mean, my minimum is 20,000 shares. If you put a minimum of 1,000 shares, you would see it. Now, the other thing you can do in the simulator is practice swing trading. All right. These two right here are not two. Yeah, the two here, Boax and Fuse. I just kept them. If you don't exit your trade by the end of the day, it'll carry forward. All right. So you can practice swing trading using the simulator. And again, it's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. And things have really quieted down and sort of a little bit indicative of what the market's doing. I mean, take a look at the SPY. See how flat it is now? Kind of flat right now on that 15 minute after you had the little pop up A little bit of a surge down, and now it's just kind of flattening out a bit. So if your question is, are there any stocks that are safe every day moving 1 to 2% up? No. If there were, I certainly wouldn't be here. Well, the trade of the week is nothing to do with the 5 in the strength tab. Trade of the week is RIDE, RIDE. No, I mean I don't predictable gainers. No, I mean the market right now. I mean listen, somebody else might have a different idea, but I don't think that way. Well, this is a predictable gainer. It's going to go up 4 days out of 5. It's going to go up 1 or 2%. For me, no. Yeah, well, actually, it's nothing to do. It's a free service, Pamela. So if you go to my homepage, you find my homepage tab, and you click on it, and when you do, this is what you'll see, and you can just sign up for it. It's a free service. Doesn't matter if you're premium. Doesn't matter if you have trade ideas. It's a free service. So just find my homepage, and then you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. Now, some people, you have to check maybe your spam, or if you're using Gmail, maybe your promotions filter or promotions folder, because sometimes, for whatever reason, people sign up for the trade of the week and they don't get them. They have to check their spam or their promotions folder. All right, let's take a look at Vive. Oh, there it is too. So it did show up here also, 275, and lots of volume that just came in. It's probably a relatively low float. Yes, 10 million in the float. So it's a low float situation. Now let's back this out. So on the day, well, don't even have to back it out. Look at the daily chart. Next high looking left is 295. Over here is 287. So, I mean, it could stall 295 or 3 if it can get through that. I mean, this has been a beaten up stock. You have to, go to the weekly chart, expand it a bit. I mean, it just looks like there's levels, all sorts of, resistance. I'm not saying it's not going to get through, but look, if you look at the weekly chart, just like there's all sorts of resistance from here to 3 and a little bit above. It's not what I call a clean looking chart. Now, if all this on the weekly chart were underneath this price, then you could look left and say, it's got room to keep going until it hits all this, all this previous activity. Now again, it could pop right through, but that would be a reason for me not to take this trade. Okay, I cannot check that box and say, all right, it's got room when I look left. Yeah, lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for Vive, almost 250,000, 245,000 shares right now. This is so cool, guys, because it's telling me, how many shares are, and you can see when they get scooped up, this number will change. Okay, so you see how it's changed. I believe this is real time. Pretty sure it is real time. So obviously, when you get an increase, that means people are covering. And when you see a decrease, that means people in interactive brokers are snapping up shorts. And now I know, you just do a search on SLB. Okay, do a file. Those of you interested, click on file, and in the search box, just type in SLB. And then that box should pop up somewhere, and then you can have that little box always up and running. I find it it's a very cool way to be able to track. All right, so I'm going to put the test drive link in again. I was remiss in telling you one thing. To get prepared for the test drive, as opposed to just showing up Monday morning, October the 11th, when it starts, I really think you should take a look at this, so you get an idea about top lists and alert windows, how to create them. So you're not coming, and you'll have access to the program, but an hour after the market closes on the Friday before the Monday when it starts. Okay. So if you click on that, the 20 lessons, I call it for non-subs, because I think they're, so you see what you see. You see what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating alert windows, all the way down to, our price alerts, the introduction to the cloud, saving things to the cloud, loading things from the cloud, the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So there's a lot of information there. So, do yourself a favor. Get at least a little bit accustomed to what Trade Ideas is all about before you start the test drive. Oops. All right, guys, SPIR, but it's down for the day. All right, well, that was kind of a nice little green candle here in the SPY. That the one between 11 and 11:15. Let's see, can we have a bit of a rally then starting? there are hardly any alerts now. Very, very quiet now, and I can just tell also. I mean, I've heard hardly anything really from the option scanner. By now, this is usually, probably I would say 6 to 8 at least alerts. The AI really doing nothing. Yeah, you and everybody else concept. Make $1,000 a day, sure. Why not? All right, BYSI. I mean, I'm going to... Man, I wish I had shorter this one, but... Yeah, I mean, look, it's getting closer and closer to that 200 day, the 3. I mean, look, I may be completely wrong. I'm just sort of biased when I see all this stuff on top of it. Yeah, well, that's a red candle now, yes. Yeah, I don't know how to read the Corvus. Again, it showed up on my option scanner both as a potential long and a potential short. So I usually they'll shy away. The only way I'll take this Corvus, I think, if it got back up to this area here, around the 540, if it all of a sudden got some volume, got some enthusiasm, and started to really run, because traders will look at this high after hours on Friday. Let me just see something here. Yeah, so we got as high as around 709 or so on Friday after hours, right up here around 709. So, traders will look at that. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Let me just put that note in. Whoop. How did that happen? Ah, just a minute. Okay. All right, something's going on here, guys. I don't know how to fix this now. My little notation is I don't know how to get rid of it. Just let me try something here, guys. All right, okay, be right back. Fixed it. Okay, let me answer this. On TradeIdea's new version, how do you add tabs on an alert window? The same. There's no difference. There's no difference. Are you talking about? Are you talking about in the dock, like docking? Have you watched the video, the docking video? I think maybe. Oh, you haven't watched it? Okay. Then watch the video. I think that explains it pretty well. If not, I will help later on. Okay. I just have to take off for about 5 minutes. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, APRE just showed up. APRE just showed up in the option scanner. APRE. And what sort of room does it have? 589. Yeah, I feel I'm a little bit late. I mean, 5:49 was the alert. I mean, I'm not that late, but I mean, I just can't get my head around, what I see is the potential resistance. But I mean, it got hit, all the way down here, 473, a big bounce, APRE. And look at the monthly chart. It's done. Look at this. I mean, for months and months and months. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 months. It's been dead money. Put it all into something. I'm sorry. Sorry for laughing. As a complete aside, we love it, Becca. We love it. It's very cool. I was skeptical, but I'm a believer now. All right, guys. Well, I'll be taking a break at around noon. It's amazing. I'm hardly having any new alerts. I mean, the APRE came in, APRE. I just have my doubts it's going to really surge. How did you guys were talking, of course, about Vive before? Let's see what it did. Did it stall around that 3 mark, or did it pop right through? Yeah, so I mean, look, if you got in right down here at the 250, 260 mark and you were able to ride it up to 3, hey, it's a great percentage move. Many RD. Boston is well, you probably, of course, all the universities, the medical universe. I mean, it's amazing how many companies are there. Yeah, exactly, Martin. LICY. Let's take a look at LICY from Sam. Yeah, okay. This is interesting because I mean, it's look when you look left. Next high is 968, and then all the way up to 1046 on the daily chart. So, yeah, I mean, look, if it can take out 968, it's got a shot maybe to get to that 10 level. Good, decent volume coming in. It's a big float. but some volume, but the volume is coming in. Wedbush initiated coverage with an outperform and a $14 price target. So that was some news this morning for LICY. Now, Kev, where's your stop for EDSA? Uh-oh, there's a big red bar forming here, guys. What time is it? 39. So this has about a little over 5 minutes to close, but that's sort of a bit of an ominous red bar. We get more. If that really gets bigger and bigger, that is going to be not good. If you're trying to go long, I mean, now the market is, it's at the low now, and tech is just getting creamed. Everything is being creamed. Let's just for fun take a look at the sectors, the major sectors. I'm sure there's not going to be one. Haven't seen a day like this for a long time. Look at this. Look at all the red. So the only real estate, real estate was a little bit not up. I mean, it's only 31% of the stocks are up from Friday's close. But man, look at technology, energy, financials. There's really, again, the only one is real estate that's a little bit up. I shouldn't say up. I mean, not as many down. Actually, what am I looking at? Yeah, that's what I thought. Even utilities in the pre-market were not like this. So this is the classic. People turn to dividend stocks and all the so-called utilities. So that's why this is up 65%. 65% of them up. So that's the sector, to concentrate on if you're looking to go long. Yeah, I mean, if this depends, look at this bar. Look at this. Let me get the SPY up here. Yeah, I mean, look at the. Let's see. Look at the 15 minutes. So that that bar right there. The low at 8:30 looks like it's right around here. So I'll stick an alert. That's the low in the pre-market. Look at surf, guys. I mean, my goodness. I mean, that was high flyer, and now look at it. Yeah, I mean, nice. I mean, I can't chase it. So, I mean, it's great. Hope you're in it. Can't chase it. All right, guys. So I'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes or so. So what I'll do is I will put the YouTube link in when I take my break. You guys can head over there if you want. Sean should be there. I'm just going to verify. He takes over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'm just looking at my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything kind of interesting. The Lucid is, near the high, I guess, LCID. All right, I have confirmed that it is Sean in our YouTube room. He'll take over for me between 12 and 1. So Sean is more of an options trader. So if you have option questions, we don't, as you know, we don't scan for options as such. We have filters. And when you hear me talking about my option scanner, this is what I'm talking about. So if you're an option trader, these are the option filters that we have. Just type in options. So we have the put call ratio, option volume. What this one means is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today, put call volume today, and then this is the key one, the option volume today %. So in my option scanner, what I'm looking for are stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So I put 300%, which is basically, so as a ratio, it's 3. So that means a stock has to be trading 3 times normal, what it has done over the last 10 days, with at least a minimum of 2,000 contracts. A resounding yes concept. Zevo, the stock with no news. Yeah, it's still, out of nowhere. When you look left on the monthly chart, it's got a high of 12. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course. The weekly is a little bit less, is 1040. Options volume is the combination of. JJ, yes, the combination. Well, again, I looked at the APRI, I didn't like it. From the scanner, I just didn't like it. And just because it had all this here, look at that candle, guys. Look at that big 15-minute candle in the SPY, bottom right-hand corner of the monitor. It's 11:47, so it still has 13 minutes or so to close. A little over 12 minutes, I should say. So Yeah, I mean, you'd like to see something. I mean, even if they said this is a meme stock, okay, I can handle that. But it's a little bit strange. I don't see anything. Even Benzinga, we sometimes will say we so they put out a headline saying we have no reason, we have no idea why this is moving. Hey, Pri, I don't look at patterns like that, but maybe. All right, guys. Well, again, I know I'm a broken record. Just no new alerts. You know, this one's having an interesting day. Look at KPTI. I mean, it's not up much. It's only 2.3%. But look at the daily chart. Look where it's trying to break out to. You know, I mean, this is at 621 right here. If I look left, 614. I think we're at a, oh, what's this one over here? Yeah, 645. But you know, that's back in August. Or yeah, this is back in August. So I mean, it's got a high here that it could maybe get through. If it got through that, I mean, look left for KPTI. I mean, it's having a bit of a day. You know, decent volume, 1.3 times normal. But more importantly, I mean, just kind of look at this daily chart. I mean, this may not stall it at all, and I might start to, I'd be watching this one maybe going forward the next couple of days. Could be. I mean, it could be. I mean, yeah. I mean, no guarantees. But just look left. I mean, look at the room it's got. It's had 4 days where it's been just inching its way up. You guys have been talking about Ader. I think Ader is up. Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, that's a nice break. I know you guys have been talking about Ader. It's so choppy on that 15-minute chart. Again, when I say that, look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, it's kind of, now it's trying to break out here. What's the high right here is 1282. I mean, obviously it's got room. I believe this was a meme stock. So it's obviously got room. The high over, oh boy. So now the SPY is at the low of the pre-market. UVXT. Yeah, I just don't trade that, but versus the SPY. Yeah. Well, wow, Look at this. Dow's down 600. Yeah, we may get that 1,000. We may touch that 1,000 day. Yeah, I'll bet, Locutus. It is probably just fire. Look at that BYSI. Why did I listen to William? He told me not to take this short. Waiting for his response. Well, you said you weren't touching it, so when you weren't touching it, I thought, okay, well, he's our Mr. Bio in the room. Of course, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, William. I saw that pre-market though. I thought, wow. I mean, this is just, and it was. There were it's only 43,000 shares right now available to short, but this was one of my primo candidates underneath 20. All right, guys, my headset is just dying on me, so time to change. So just give me a moment. All right, guys. So I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. I'm going to put my announcement in that I'll be on a break until about 12:45. I'll be here until he shows up. Oops. Yeah, I personally have no thoughts on that missing. What's happening here? Why are these things popping up? Yeah, wow, no kidding on the 8er. Oh, look at the volume that came in too. The volume that came in. Well, it finally broke out of this and the volume, on volume. So, I mean, look, obviously it's got room, but where it's going, I don't know. It's a low, relatively low flow, not crazy low, 23 million. All right, so this will probably be my watch list tomorrow, just to see if this KPTI can break out of here. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean. He may already be in our YouTube room, just hiding. No, I forgot to put my message in. Just give me a moment here. All right, WKSP is showing up on that option one that I created. What looks left. Let me see, what time did that happen? Oh, 11:25. Sorry, guys. Way late. All right, thank you, Sean. Have fun for your hour. Let me just stop my streaming now.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. It's the top of the hour, and this is our Trade Ideas live Q&A session that we host every trading day, starting at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. So for the next hour, this will be your opportunity to ask questions about the software. If you're new to Trade Ideas, trying to figure things out, need help building a layout, building a top list or an alert window, or want to know how to use the AI, anything like that, we can cover. My standard disclaimer at the top of every one of these shows is I know enough about trade ideas to be dangerous, but I don't know the answer to everything. But I'll do my best to answer your questions, and I'll certainly point you in the right direction to get the questions answered if there's anything I can't solve for you. So anyway, while I wait for the first question to come in, I'm just going to step out just for a sec. I need to take care of something here in the house. I will be back in less than 30 seconds. Stand by. All right, so that very urgent thing I needed to take care of was my coffee was ready. needed to get my cup of coffee. There you go. All right, everybody. Well, it's a down day in the markets. We got red. You got I got a QQQ chart up here in the upper right. You can see we gapped and we continue to crap. So, as you can imagine, that's not playing well with my swing trade portfolio that I have right here. This is a portfolio of long swing trades that I've got on the books. As you can see, all red here in my portfolio. I've been stopped out of a bunch of positions today. You can see these three I got stopped out of. But, it's all part of the process. And this is a simulated trading account, folks. Let's not get carried away. But I do demo the simulated trader for everybody to see what that looks like. And the beautiful thing about trading in the simulator in Brokerage Plus is that once you're comfortable using the simulated trader, whether it's auto trading or you just manually entering buys and sells like I do, once you're comfortable with this, then you can easily turn on live trading with your connected interactive brokers account or E-Trade account, and the trading will be exactly the same. There's no additional steps that you need to go through. There's no additional learning curve. It's all the same. So that's the beauty of using this simulated trader. Joe Dagger, I'm glad you were counting the seconds for me. Thank you for letting me know it was less than 30. Yeah. It's not that long of a commute from my office to my kitchen. So while I wait for some questions, I'm going to go through and update my stops on my existing long positions here if I need to. Probably not going to move any too much forward here in a down tape like this. This one I will adjust. Okay, so check this out, guys. I got a long swing trade on in Dynatrace. You can see my stop loss is right here at 65.14, clearly shown on my chart. If I want to change my stop loss order, if I want to move it up to say the bottom of this red candle right here, which seems like a logical place to move a stop, all I got to do is just grab this line, drag and drop, and now my stop loss order is working at 67.57, and this P&L here, this plus 240, that is the P&L I will theoretically walk away with if my stop loss order gets hit at that level. Okay. Now my position is currently up $387, as you can see in my trade blotter here on the Brokerage Plus window. But if my stop were to get hit, I'll walk away with a $240 gain. That's not bad. We'll take it. I'm going to drag this stop loss order up here. Guys, you can see this is super easy to do. If you're a visual trader like I am, who just likes to look at obvious levels of support and resistance on charts, you're going to love this feature. Now this one's come back quite a bit, but I'm going to keep that stop loss level where it is. It's at break even from where I bought it. That would be a bummer of a round trip if it came all the way back on me, but that's the way it is. Kev, hi Kev. You interested in my take on quadruple witching? How it affects stocks? Well, look, I'm no expert on quadruple witching. That's an event we just had on Friday. For those of you who don't know what quadruple witching means, that's when you have monthly options expiring, you have monthly futures expiring and rolling to the next contract. You've got, what else is expiring? I forget what else is expiring, but you got a bunch of options expiring, options and futures expiring, and it happens once a quarter. September, December, March, June. I believe that's how that all works out. I forget. But look, there's a lot that people can say about quadruple witching. It certainly does introduce more volume to the markets as options players and futures players have to hedge up their positions or roll their positions to maintain their position. But at the end of the day, I think it's mostly just a net wash. You know, what's going to happen is stocks might ping back and forth between levels where there's a lot of open interest in stocks. So for example, like let me just pull up, I don't know, a highly traded stock, Apple. Okay. So if you're looking at the Apple chart and let's say it's the Friday of triple witching and we're trading at 142, there might be a lot of open interest at the 140 strike and there might be a lot of open interest at the 145 strike. And so a lot of times you'll see price action kind of ping back and forth between those prices and usually kind of settle around the price that has the most open interest. Now, I'm not saying this works every time. I'm not saying it's even a profitable trade to pursue, but you'll tend to see a lot of trading action kind of gravitate towards the strikes where there's a lot of open interest. Unfortunately, we don't have open interest data here on Trade Ideas. We're a stock trading platform, not a options trading platform. But that's really all I can say about triple witching there, quadruple witching, Kev. I mean, it's a thing. It happens, but I mean, unless you're a market maker, I don't really know where there's a unique edge for a retail trader to exploit anything there. You're told that I know about the options market. Well, it is true that I trade options, but one thing that is also true about me is that I am a keep it simple, stupid kind of guy. Options can get very complicated if you want them to, but if you know 80% of what you need to know with options, you're good enough as a retail trader, for sure. There's really not that much alpha to be gained by a retail trader going that extra 20% all the way to full options knowledge. There's a lot to know, a lot of heavy math once you get up in that last 20%. All right, so the market continues to slide, which is good to see if you're short. Sorry about the screen break there for a sec. Yeah, look, we've had a lot of bears being bearish for a long time. Are they finally getting their day? I mean, look at this daily chart on SPY. Look at that. That is a most significant break that we've seen in SPY in, wow, a long time. And we finally broke the 50-day moving average, like for reals. we tested it a few times over the last few months, but always kind of rebounded off it. But right now, assuming this gap doesn't fill today, which I would be very surprised if that did, we got a change in character here in the markets, folks. A change in character. Are you ready for the change in character? Like they say in the weather, there's no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothing, right? Well, in the markets, there's no such thing as a bad market. You just got to have the right strategies. So if the market is changing character here, which it certainly looks like it is. Now, I'm not saying we're about to enter a bear market. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that the game plan that has supported the S&P 500 over the last 8 months or so may no longer be a valid game plan. Same thing with the QQQ, the NASDAQ. NASDAQ looks like it has a better shot of reclaiming its 50-day, but I don't know. Feels like a change of character. So you got to have a trading strategy that accounts for that. Well, this much I could tell you, Kev, and whoever's listening. If you haven't traded in a bear market before, and again, I'm not saying we're entering a bear market, so don't quote me on that. But if you haven't traded in a seriously bearish tape before, most active traders that I know, and I've been in this game for 23 years, most active traders who are intraday to swing traders will tell you that they love bear markets. Why? Because stocks that we want to look to short, when they go down quick. Now, that of course brings a whole different level of skill set to the table. You have to be quick, okay? Profits can pile up quickly, but you have to be willing to take those profits. It's a little bit of a different mindset. Actually, it's a very different mindset than trading in a bullish tape. I feel like in a bullish tape, you get paid for patience. When markets are going up, you get paid to sit on your hands and do nothing. As long as you're in the right trades, as long as you're managing your risk, if the positions are going your way, your patience will be rewarded. But in a bear market, there is tremendous opportunity to make money on the short side. But in this case, patience might actually be a hindrance to your profitability. You need to act quick because bear market bounces are the most vicious bounces you'll see. Hi, Pamela. So Pamela's asking about the channel bar. We have an unusual options channel here in the channel bar. If I scroll down, I will find it for you. Here we go. Unusual options. So we have an unusual options channel. And Pamela's asking, is this something that I use when trading? Well, Pamela, it's not something I use or rely upon. But I do reference it from time to time. I do like to see where there's some unusual trading activity happening in the options market. So what these scans here are showing you on the unusual options channel are stocks that are seeing elevated levels of options trading. It's not telling you if it's more calls versus puts. It's not telling you what strikes are trading. It's not telling you what expiration is trading. We don't have that data, but we do have total options volume data. And this is showing you the stocks that are trading an unusual amount, for lack of a better word, for an unusual amount of options volume. So what does that mean? Well, all that really means, if you want to get real meta on this, is that traders in these stocks, in these particular stocks, are taking aggressive positions. They're taking aggressive positions because either A, they're scared and they think the stock's going to crater. Maybe they're protecting their long position, right? Maybe they're a fund and they got a lot of shares. They're long, but then they can't unload them quickly enough, but they could protect themselves in the options market. Like they don't want to give up their position, so they'll hedge in the options market. So that's a big reason why you'll see options volumes elevate in a particular stock. There also might be, people are speculating that, there's a news event coming on the horizon. Maybe there's a new product release, or if it's a biotech stock, maybe there's an FDA announcement coming or expected, or if it's earnings coming into earnings. That's very typical, right? You'll see options volumes elevate as you approach earnings. But for whatever reason, people are positioning for something. They're either scared or they're making speculative bets. As a stock trader, we can take that, we could use that information to help us hopefully position for the move that the market is expecting, or the move that the market is worried about. All right. So you can use this information as a stock trader. And I know people that do trade stocks only where there's elevated options activity, because they think that gives them a little bit of alpha, because when a move happens, it does happen pretty good. But just like in anything, you got to make sure you're managing your risks, sizing your positions properly, know where you're wrong, know your stop losses, et cetera, et cetera. So Pamela, I hope that answered your question. If not, throw some more in there. But Pamela, thanks for kicking us off there with software-related questions. I appreciate that. So for those of you just tuning in, I see there's more people now than when I started. This is the live Q&A session. This will be powered. The whole conversation here will be directed by you, the audience. So whatever you want help with, if you see anything on my screen, on my layout right now that you're not sure what that is or how to do that, throw the question in there and I'll be happy to tackle it for you. For some reason, I seem to have lost my music. What happened to my music? See if I can get the jam back. Not that you guys can really hear it, but I can hear it. There we go. So I guess while I wait for some questions here, I'm going to pop into my AI swings channel. I don't expect to find a whole lot of good candidates today, being that we're in a very bearish tape. But yep, and just like I thought, there's only 2 long trades here, both of which I don't like. So I'll skip it. But just a little divergence here. We talked at the top of the hour here about my open swing trades, my open long swing trades here. And I often get questions like, well, what's your strategy? Where are you getting these long trades from? And the short answer is I'm getting them from Holly the AI. So for those of you who are familiar with Holly the AI, you know that the AI, artificially intelligent trading assistant that we offer here at Trade Ideas, is built for intraday trading. The AI is getting into and out of stocks intraday, not holding anything overnight. However, what we have found, and what I have certainly found, is that long stocks, and now I like to trade on the long side, so I should throw that caveat out. When I'm doing swing trades, I like to trade from the long side. That's just my comfort level. Nothing wrong with trading on the short side. Nothing wrong with it at all. But for me, I like trading on the long side. I like the opportunities for unlimited profit. Do I ever get the unlimited profit? No, but I'm still in the game waiting for it. But I like to trade on the long side. And so the Holly trades, what I do every day, what I do is at the end of every trading day, or not the exact end, but like in the last hour, I will go through all the trades that Holly did today in total. I'll look at all the long trades only. I don't care about the short trades she did, again, because I only like stocks that are going up. And I'll look at the long trades, and I got a little window right here that shows me all the long trades she's done today. And for me, if I like the long-term setups, I'm looking at them. I got a monthly chart right here. Okay. These are all the same stock across the top here, but they're different time frames. I got a monthly chart here and a weekly chart right here. If I see a monthly and a weekly chart moving up and to the right, like say this UUUU that I'm in, right? It's a monthly chart. It's looking up and to the right, and the weekly chart, it's up and to the right. That's what I'm looking for. And so I'm willing to enter swing trades in these particular opportunities that Holly surfaces. Why? Because the catalyst that got Holly into the trade to begin with today, that catalyst could be any number of things. It could be the stock breaking a significant moving average, the stock exploding on high volume, the stock printing a new all-time high. There's hundreds of reasons why the stock got on Holly's radar, got on the algorithm's radar. But the true thing here is that whatever that catalyst is, that catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes today. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. That catalyst, whatever that was, has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks if we're lucky, several months even if we're lucky. So anyone who's been trading for any length of time will tell you that trading is a numbers game. It's a statistics game, right? You want to have the edges in your favor, however you can find them. And so for me, if Holly is just tilting the edge in my favor, even just ever so slightly, say 51.49 in my favor, well, I can realize gains on that edge by executing against that edge as often as I possibly can. All right? Any edge that you have in trading, whether it's an AI-assisted edge or a pattern recognition edge, or whatever the edge is as you define it, if it's a true edge, then you want to execute against that edge as often as possible because it's a numbers game. Not every trade's going to be a winner. Not every week's going to be a winner. But if you got an edge, it's working in your favor. It will play out over time if you get to trade it often enough. Of course, one of the secrets, well, it's not really a secret, but one of the tricks to making sure that you get to lasting long enough to execute against that edge is that you cannot take any big losses. Big losses are the killer. Big losses mess up all the math. All right. Many of you who've been here before, you've heard me riff on this, and I keep harping on it because it's so important, especially for swing traders, but really for anyone on any time frame. Any trade that you put on, you really only have 4 possible outcomes. You're either going to make a little bit of money, or you're going to lose a little bit of money, or you're going to lose big money, or you're going to make big money, right? I mean, that's really it. It really comes down to it. Every trade you put on, every outcome is going to fall into one of those 4 buckets. If we do nothing else as traders, but just get out of the way and let these trades play out while managing our risk and never letting a big loser happen. So, having a stop loss, whether it's a 5% away from current market prices or 10%, whatever the number is, doesn't matter. But as long as you ensure that you never take a large loss, yet you let all the other trades work out the way they work out, they're either going to be a small winner, small loser, or a big winner, the math will work in your favor. So that math combined with a statistical edge that Holly gives us, that's a pretty unbeatable combination, if I do say so myself. But you can't take any big losers. That is rule number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Big losers mess up the math. Now, Kev was asking me about options trading today, and I can certainly tell you the math from an options trader's perspective. You'll see You guys have probably seen the advertisements and the gurus online talking about their options premium selling strategies where they have a 98% win rate. Yeah, they're not lying. They're absolutely right. They have some, they're selling out of the money calls and puts, and 99 times out of 100 they expire worthless and they collect the premium, and they're just plodding along making a nice, comfy 3-4% a month on their capital, which is great. And I don't care what you compare that to. That's a great return. The problem is that those strategies, inherent in those strategies, are the occasional big loser. And if the big losers are big enough, you're out of the game. So you could have been making 3% a month every month for 10 years, and boom, you got that one black swan, like the next COVID sell-off that happens in 4 weeks, and you just lost a decade's worth of profits. I've seen it happen, guys. I've seen it happen. Happened to a friend of mine. Some of you might be familiar with the saga of what was that ticker? XIV. It doesn't trade anymore. There was a ticker called XIV. It was like the inverse volatility ETF or something. And the stock would just go up, up, up all the time. It was so consistent. But then we had a volatility event happen. Was that the winter of 2017? I forget when that was. 2017, 2018. And that XIV basically overnight went from a $100 ETF to zero. And so everybody that was making money in that thing over and over and over again, all it took was one loss and they were out of the game. And that happened to a friend of mine, and we're talking big money. We're talking 7-figure loss. We're talking bankruptcy type loss. It was not pretty. I feel bad for the guy. I feel bad for his family. He was a friend of mine. In fact, after this episode, I've kind of lost touch with him. He's kind of gone off the radar, which is sad. But that speaks to the importance of managing your risk and never exposing yourself or never taking the big loss. And when I say taking the big loss, look, if you're sitting on a big loss, if you have a big loss on the books, like an open position, you might think you're protecting yourself by not closing the position and not taking the loss. But listen, guys, if you got an open loss, open P&L that's showing a big loss on your trading account, you have it. You've earned it. It's realized. Whether you close the trade or not, it's real. Don't let those big losses take you out of the game. Trust me. Hi, Pamela. So great question. Do I use physical stops to avoid these risks? Well, if I'm a stock trader, and with my stocks, I do use stop loss orders. Absolutely. When I have long or short stock positions on, I definitely do use stop loss orders. But Pamela, a stop loss order is not a guarantee that your stop will get filled. Okay, it's not a guarantee, because what happens if you're in a stock that it's a $50 stock and you got a stop loss, let's say $49, or let's say 45, so $5 away, nice comfortable thing. Well, let's say some news comes out overnight and the stock gets cut in half. Let's say it opens tomorrow at $20 a share. Right? Well, your stop loss order you got working at 45 isn't going to help you. You're going to get filled at the opening price the next day, which is going to be $20. And that's going to be a loss way larger than you anticipated. Now, that's not a loss that we can control, but what we can control as traders, and it's important to control the things that we can control our position sizing. So when you're putting trades on, you want to size your position such that if your stop loss order gets hit, the loss to your account is a loss that you can stomach. Now, everybody's got a different number, right? Doesn't matter if you're trading a $10,000 account, a $10 million account. You've got a number where, all things being equal, you're willing to risk X amount per trade that you put on. Okay? Know what that number is, and then size your position such that if you were to stop loss were to get hit, that's how much you would lose. So if you're willing to risk, let's say $300, then size your position so that when your stop loss order gets hit, you will lose approximately $300. Now, that doesn't protect you in a gap down, right? If it gaps through it, you're going to be hurting, but you're going to be very happy that you didn't have a big position on too big for your account that you should have had on. Now, Pamela, I trade options primarily these days. So with options, I'm able to define my risk, and that's how I manage my risk. I know the maximum I could possibly lose no matter what in most options trades I put on. And that's how I manage my risk. So let's say I'm in a long position and let's say the stock just goes to zero overnight. Well, that sucks, but at least I knew going in the most I could lose, and I was comfortable with that. But that's a unique thing to options. Yep. Kev, I feel you, brother. It's no fun to blow up your account. Sadly, many of us have to blow up accounts. That's the only way we learn. I've been fortunate in some ways to never have blown an account. Well, like it certainly wasn't like a one-off event. Like it wasn't like one trade that took me out of the game, or it wasn't any one trade, but I've certainly had strategies that I just rode for far too long. Didn't realize I thought I had an edge, and so I was stubbornly sticking with it, thinking that the numbers would play out for me, but it just didn't, and it just ground the account down. I've definitely had that happen. That's no fun either. All right. So the S&P and the QQQ just hanging near the lows of the day. No bounce in sight yet. One thing I always like to talk about on Mondays is the Strength Alerts channel. Today's probably not a good day for the Strength Alerts channel. I haven't even looked at it yet, but we got 5 new stock picks in here. Etsy, NTRA, GCI, FND, FBC. Yeah, all off to bad starts, but it's early. Strength Alerts channel, guys, if you haven't checked this out yet, if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber, you've got free access to the Strength Alerts channel. You get to see these are 5 new picks every week. You got the newsletter. If I stretch this out, you can read about the rationale behind these trades. Check them out. They don't look hot on a day like today, but going back over 5 years of back-tested data, rotating into these 5 new stocks every week, every Monday morning at the open has been very, very rewarding. If you guys have any questions on the Strength Alerts, let me know. I'd love to talk about it. So guys, this goes until the top of the hour, at which point we'll pass it back to Barry in the live trading room. Barry will take you into the close. But yeah, this is your opportunity. We do these every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We just kind of hang out here and show our screens. And if there's anything you have questions with that you need help with, now's the time. And guys, it doesn't matter if you think it's a beginner's question or if you think it's an expert question. I promise you, if you've got a question about something, there's a good chance that somebody else would also benefit from the answer. So help us all out. Help out your friends. And let's learn something. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I'm coming off a great weekend. My football teams did well. Saw a great concert on Saturday night. Saw Phil Lesh and Company. That's what we're listening to here in the background, if you can hear it. Saw Phil Lesh of the Grateful Dead and his new band playing in a beautiful mountain setting here in Colorado. It was just a uniquely Colorado venue, and it was amazing. Amazing time. Amazing night. So I've got that post-weekend glow, if you were to see me right now. Kev, that's great to hear, buddy. Kev says, strength alerts have been great for me. I usually buy up the channel, cheapest 2 or 3 for my IRA account, and I've managed to consistently exit those, most of them green. Well, they're not all going to be green, of course, Kev, but I'm glad to see you're seeing some positive results, as a lot of people have. Forget the ticker now, but there was like about a month ago, there was one ticker that if people bought it at the open on Monday, by the end of that first day, that first Monday, the stock went up like 40% or something crazy. So no matter how much of that stock you bought, you probably paid for you might have paid for your entire Trade Ideas subscription for a year. They don't all happen like that, of course, and that's certainly not the expectation. All we're trying to do is outperform the market, really, and we've been doing that beautifully over the last 5 years with this Strength Alerts algorithm. All right. Try and think of something I could show you guys that might spur some questions. One sec here as I check something back channel. All right. Sure, Pamela, you absolutely could trade in and out throughout the week with the Strength Alerts channel. I mean, look, we don't tell you how you should trade these. Let's go back to that channel. We're not going to sit in here and tell you how you should trade these things, all right? If you want to day trade them, great. Knock yourselves out. If you want to swing trade them, also great. If you want to be a long-term investor in some of these, sure, if that works for you, as long as you manage your risks, use them for what you want. But all I can say is that the back-tested results that we have that are shown, in fact, I'll put the link here. Many of you have seen it, but I'll bring it up again. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. So I'm going to put this in the chat panel here. TI Strength. All right, so the link is in the chat panel. We show some back-tested results on there. And again, we're not telling you how to trade these. It's up to you. We're not your financial advisor, but the results that you see posted there, how we achieved those results are very simple. These TI Strength Alerts, we get new stocks every weekend. All right, so you have a new list of stocks heading into the open on Monday every week. Or if the market was closed on Monday, it would be a Tuesday, but you get the point. It's updated every weekend. And all that back test did, and forward test, I should point out, all we did is on Monday, we bought all 5 stocks equally weighted in our portfolio. So let's say you have a $20,000 portfolio. You would invest, what's that math? $4,000 per idea. So equally allocated 20% into each of the 5 stocks. You bought those at the open, market order at the open, first print on Monday morning. And you held those all week. And then the next Monday, the following Monday, 7 days later from the day you entered, all you simply do is rotate out of your old positions, win or lose, doesn't matter, just close them all out, and then reallocate into the next 5, equally weighted. That's it. Super simple. It's literally less than 5 minutes of work. And if you had just done that, then you would see the results that you see there on that link that I shared for you. It's pretty astounding. Crushed the S&P over the same time period. For very little work. Now, for those of you who are not Trade Ideas subscribers, but you find this Strength Alerts thing to be very interesting, you can do a standalone subscription to just the Strength Alerts newsletter. You would get this, it looks a little prettier, but you would get this in email form. It would come into your email every weekend, and it costs $17 per month. That's just if you're not a Trade Ideas software subscriber. If you're already a Trade Ideas software subscriber, you're getting this included free with your software subscription. You just come to the Strength Alerts channel in your channel bar, and that's where you find it. All right. And I don't know if you guys heard me say this earlier, but I like to keep things simple, and that's Strength Alerts stratagem, if you want to call it. Is my idea of keeping it simple. When you guys see my screen kind of go black like that for a second, don't worry, don't adjust your settings. That's just me on my side. I'm running on a Mac here, and I'm flipping over to my other desktop to check on my open positions just to see what's going on over there real quick. Quick glance. Hi, Dave. So are those Strength Alerts entirely Michael's doing? Well, Michael is the brainchild behind the algorithm, so yes, I guess. But yeah, we give Michael a lot of the credit for that, for sure. For those of you who don't know Michael Noss is on the team here, and he hosts the live Q&A on Tuesdays. So come on in tomorrow if you want to talk to the creator himself. He will be running the show, this same show tomorrow, noon Eastern. We have a rotating cast of people that do these every day. I typically do Mondays, and Michael typically does Tuesdays, and then we got Steve, Andy, and Jamie the rest of the week. So different perspectives, different points of view, different experience levels. Gives you a little variety. Variety is the spice of life, right? Okay, Pamela, let me read through your question here. I hear about the 20-day and the 200-day moving averages. Key points being key points to enter or get out. Are others referring to EMA or SMA regarding the 200-day moving average? When it comes to a 200-day moving average, you're really splitting hairs on the difference between an EMA and an SMA. For those of you who don't know what Pamela is talking about, EMA is an exponential moving average, and the SMA is a simple moving average. When you're looking at time frames 200 days out or 20 days out, you're really just splitting hairs. The EMA and the SMA are going to be very similar. So they could be referring to either. So to answer your question, Pamela, they could be referring to either. Okay? They could be referring to either the EMA or the SMA, but trust me, they're going to be very close in value. Nothing materially different. Which, it's a question we get a lot with Trade Idea software. We have simple moving average filters and indicators on our charts, but we don't, or just on our platform, but we don't have EMAs. And a big reason why we don't have the EMAs is because the SMAs, the simple moving average, is basically the same data. Like I said, we're splitting hairs here, really. Although we did finally add EMAs to our charts, I believe. Let me just confirm that. Yes, there it is. Moving average EMA. You could have EMAs on your charts. But as far as filters and alerts based on an EMA, we do not have those within Trade Ideas because the simple moving average is essentially the same thing. Now, I know some people will disagree with us, and we get that. That's what makes a market. But there's a lot of back-end work that goes into creating new filters and new alerts. And the additional alpha that anyone can expect to generate having a EMA for an input on an alert, I mean, it's not going to be any much additional alpha than what we already have at the SMA, I guess is what I'm trying to say. All right, folks, so I got about 15 minutes to hang out with you still here. So if you got any random questions that you want to throw at me, now's the time. Do-do. You know, one thing I always like to point out in the channel bar here is we have a little channel here called Traders Vault. It's not a channel we want you to hang out on. It's not a place that you think that you would just put up and leave all day. That's not really the point with this one. It's really just a repository of some popular alerts and top lists that the team have created over the years that we reference in our, you know, occasional evening webinars or occasional special events, things like that, you know, during test drive, whatever. These are top lists and alerts that the team have built and developed and talk about and people ask for all the time. So if there's something you've heard us talk about, let's say like the Momo scanner, which is right here, all you really need to do is if you want this on one of your custom layouts, you just come here and save this to your cloud. Every Trade Ideas subscriber has a free cloud account with unlimited storage. You could save all types of layouts and special windows, anything you want, and have access to them from anywhere, any machine, anywhere in the world. That's what the Trade Ideas, that's what your personal Trade Ideas cloud account is for. So if I wanted to use this Momo scanner and save it to have it on one of my layouts, I would just right click in this window, hit save or share to cloud. And here's the name. I just hit save. And then I would open up one of my layouts, like here's one of my custom layouts. This is the layout we've been looking at most of the day today. And if I wanted to open it up and maybe put it right here, all I need to do now is just click the My Cloud button in my channel bar, or I could go to my TI menu bar and go to File, Load from Cloud. It takes me to the same place. And you'll see if I stretch this out a little bit, you'll see all the files I've got saved in my cloud. There's hundreds of them, thousands of them, going back many, many years. I mean, look, we're here we are in 2017, right? Lots of things that I've saved over the years. But let's go back to the top because the thing I most recently saved is right there, the Momo alert scanner or the Momo alert window. So I just highlight it, hit load, and then here it is. It pops up on my screen, and then I could just stretch it out, resize it so that it looks the way I want it to look. Find a home for it here in my layout, and boom! Now I got the Momo scanner on my layout. Now, if I want this to stay here in perpetuity, I just want to make sure I save this layout. A couple of ways you can do that. You can go to File, Save Layout, and that's my default layout. If I hit save, it'll save this here, but I don't want to, but I could. Or you could save it to your cloud. Save or share to cloud. You could hit the entire layout here. Boom. Then you give your layout a name. Test layout. And just hit save, and now that layout is in my cloud, right? And I could double check that by clicking the My Cloud button right here, and you'll see it. There's my test layout right there in my cloud. I can launch this anytime. So something cool to keep an eye on. This Traders Vault. A lot of cool things in here. You got to look for it. A little hard to find, but there it is, Traders Vault. All kinds of different alerts and scans that the guys here use that we commonly reference. All right, I'm going to go back to my layout here. So folks, I got about 10 minutes left to hang out with you here. Questions seem to be dying off. So I'm here, but I'm going to go quiet until someone has a question. I'm put that right in here. If you've got any questions, type them in here and I'll hop on the mic and answer them. Meanwhile, I'll have some music playing in the background. I hope you can enjoy that. Don't know if you could hear it, but I'm here. I just, don't want to talk into some dead air, you know what I mean? know what I mean? Slow Monday. I guess the red markets have everybody a little freaked out, which understandable, by the way. Down markets could provide plenty of opportunities for some hot trading. So I get it if you're too busy to be asking questions because you're just banging away making trades. I get it. I get it. All right, Pam, I see your question. Is there a way to toggle the channel bar? So I see what you mean. You want to move these buttons up and down instead of having to scroll through. Listen, Pamela, I feel for you. Unfortunately, the channel bar is not customizable other than you can have your own custom channels here at the top. I've got 3 kind of above this fold line here, right? These 3 channels at the top are always there. They're my own custom layouts, and anyone can add custom layouts by going into the little gearbox here and edit custom channels and click add channel and bring in something in for your cloud. That's the way to do it. But the rest of the channels, unfortunately, they are not customizable, and you cannot rearrange the way they look, which, by the way, I'm with you, Pam. I want that. I've always wanted that. I've told the developers, like, there's 40 plus channels in here. I use like 4 of them. Can I get rid of all the ones I don't use and just use the 4 that I use? But my requests fall on deaf ears on this topic. So unfortunately, no, Pamela, you cannot rearrange the channels. I wish we could, though. Kev, we're talking about setting up a chart with 80. You're looking for crosses. Yeah, I mean, you could set up a daily chart with SMA lines on it and see where they cross. Absolutely. I think we do have some cross alerts. Hold on, let me open up a new window. Excuse me. Go to an alert window. And if we go into search and I type cross, I do believe we have some cross alerts. Scroll down here. So we got crossed above a 20-day, 200-day moving average, cross above a 50-day. And then here we go. Yeah, we got a bunch of different, again, they're all SMA based, which is going to be not much different than an EMA based, but we do have a bunch of cross alerts. Just go, Kev and Pam. Was that Pam that was asking that question? Yes. Just launch an alert window. Go to new alert window. And go into search and type in the keyword cross, if I could type. And then you will see, you have to scroll down a bit, but you'll find all the crossing alerts that we have available. So you might want to play around with those. Sorry about all the noise in the background. My window's open and that was a garbage truck driving by. Boom. By the way, if some of you are here who are not currently, I'd be remiss if I didn't throw this out there. If you are not currently a Trade Idea subscriber, but you want to kick the tires, we have a test drive coming up. It's not until October 11th. It starts Monday, October 11th. But the next test drive basically gives you the ability to have 2 weeks of access to Trade Ideas for just $11.11. This is only available to non-current Trade Idea subscribers, obviously. But here's the link. I just put it in the channel there if you want to take the next test drive for $11.11. Gives you all features of the platform. step right up. Now, if you're currently a standard subscriber to Trade Ideas, you also can take the test drive and upgrade to get all the premium features. The upgrade on premium basically is you get full access to Holly, full access to the back tester, and for those of you who are ready for it, you can auto trade Holly in Brokerage Plus, but you need a premium subscription to do all those things. And the test drive is a great way to try it out. I'm always interested on days when the market's down like it is today. I'm always interested in the stocks that are trading up on the day. So here's ATER. This is a 5-minute chart here, trading up. I got this little top list over here if you haven't noticed. Looking at stocks that are up the most intraday. This is the up since the opening price, right? So it's sorted by this column here. So this stock is up 11% since the opening bell. Yeah, if you're someone who likes to trade stocks that are exhibiting high relative strength, having a top list and sorting by the change from the open is can be a very useful tool for you. Of course, I also have a stocks down the most since the open, and most stocks are down from the open, but here's one that's down 21% since the opening bell, getting crushed. A lot of biotech looking names here. No surprise. Some pretty ugly charts. Hi, Kurt. Kurt's asking, am I running TI for the web on my Mac? Or is there a software download for OS? No, there is not a software download for OS. What I am using is, if I minimize all my Trade Ideas windows here real quick, I'm using Amazon Workspaces. So I'm running Amazon Workspaces live on my Mac desktop, which basically all it is what you guys can see is my screen. It looks like a Windows desktop, right? It is. I'm running Windows within my Mac. Now this is an extra fee. I pay $35 a month for it, but it's better than buying a Windows PC. I can always scale it up if I needed. But yeah, that's what I use, Kurt, and that's what I recommend. Amazon Workspaces on my Mac. And what's great about Amazon Workspaces is I could launch Amazon Workspaces from any device, right? I could pull it up on my iPhone. I could pull it up on my iPad. I could pull it up on someone else's computer if I'm, traveling and maybe I'm at like a public library and that's the only computer I could find, right? I could log into my Amazon Workspaces and see my Trade Ideas desktop right there. So Amazon Workspaces is a great solution for those of you who are Mac users like myself. And it's always on, right? So if you're if you're using our Brokerage Plus module and you're auto trading strategies, you want it to always be on, which is a nice thing that you could definitely do with Amazon Workspaces. Good question, Kurt. Hi, David. Can you log into AWS on multiple devices simultaneously? That's a good question. I've never actually attempted to do that, Dave. So I don't know. I'm going to think that the answer is no, you cannot. And you certainly won't be able to have multiple instances of trade ideas open, if that's what you're really getting at there. If you have trade ideas open on one computer and you try to open it up on another, then it'll just kick you off the other one. All right, you can only have one instance of trade ideas running at any one time. And I believe Amazon Web Services is the same way. That would make sense to me. All right, guys, well, we reached the top of the hour here, and we're going to be passing the room back to Barry in the live trading room. So, thanks for being here, everybody. And again, reminder, we do these every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We do it for an hour. We got a rotating cast of hosts. I usually do Mondays. Tomorrow will be Michael Noss. Bonpara on Twitter is his handle. Hope to see you guys there. I'm going to keep you here on the screen. I'm going to go on mute though, and we'll pass it back to Barry as soon as he's ready in the live trading room. And Pamela, you're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome, Kev. And the rest of you, have a great trading day. The next voice you hear will be Barry. Take care.
In our YouTube room. Well, why are you using website data? Why wouldn't you try to create some scans from within trade ideas? Or why not take a look at some of my scans? Why don't you take a look at my unusually strong options and up and down as an example? Now, if you won't short, forget about these ones. And today, obviously, you're not going to get too many alerts. But that's the beauty of it. Even on a day that's pretty active, and I don't like it, but you might get 15 alerts for the day. Concentrate on those. Why would you be using a website? Oh, I see. You're when you say so practicing with a simulator, you're not talking about hours. Okay. Well, that's what Trade Ideas is all about, though. Allows you to create your own type of scan, or you can have my scans, or you can go to the channel bar where we have themed layouts. So you don't have to create anything if you don't want to. Well, and that's why, maybe you would be a candidate to take our test drive, which is going to be in less than 3 weeks. You might want to sign up for it. Just put the link in here so you can sign up for the test drive. Okay, and when you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. So in less than 3 weeks, well, I guess 3 weeks from today, today's Monday. So in 3 weeks, the test drive starts. From the 11th to the 22nd, you'll get 10 days, as long as you can go from the 11th to the 22nd. Don't want to mislead anybody. If you start on the 12th, you're not going to get 10 days, you'll get 9 days. Okay, so as long as you can take part in the full, from the 11th to the 22nd, you'll get 10 full days of Trade Ideas, our premium service, for $11.11. Okay, now if you sign up, what you're doing is today you're pre-registering. So no data until the 11th, no live data until the 11th. Okay, so you might want to try that. Yeah, and you don't have to worry. When the test drive is over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. I mean, 10 days, using our product for 10 days is not going to make you an expert or anything like that, but it'll give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. Look at the Corvus now, guys, the CRVS. Look at the CRVS now. Look at it moving. The other thing, if you're new to trading, I mean, you know, I say this all the time. If you go to my homepage, you know, and right here we have a big education section, which I would also look at if you're going to take the test drive. Take a look at the 20 introductory lessons, because, you know, if you're going to take the test drives, you should have some knowledge of Trade Ideas before the Monday. You know, what is a top list, what's an alert window, things like that. If you go all the way down, almost to the bottom though, back to basics. This is a great introductory video series. They're very short videos. Introduction to trading. Okay, what is a stock? Can't get any more basic than that. So a lot of information on my homepage. You can just save the link, and then you can take a look at all that information whenever you want. I just don't trade. I just trade stocks, Sam. It's that simple. I just trade stocks. I'm just more comfortable trading individual stocks and something like that. It's that simple. It doesn't mean it's not good or nobody else should do it. I just like trading stocks. Whoa, is this shortable? Well, I don't know if I can talk you, Habs. Zivo. Well, again, I don't know if there are any, is there still no news on it? Well, now it's starting to turn down. So, I mean, we still have not, nobody has been able to find news on this that I can. So no thoughts. I mean, it's just starting to move down. We could not find any specific news on Zivo. That's why, before you do any trading at all, you should practice in a simulator, number one. And B, that's why I put that video series in. Okay, I mean, it starts off with what is a stock. So if you Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing, I mean, that obviously means you're new to trading. So why don't you take a look? Do yourself a favor and take a look at the series. It's free. Well, I'm happy for you, Kev. Your ETSA did finally pop big for you. You must be in the money now, and it's almost looking like it wants to take out 10, and it's halted, of course. Now, for you, let's see, 9.99.10. So, no real big clue where it's going to open, but usually, on that first halt on the way up, usually that's a good sign for you. I don't see I don't see a big spread. What I see right now, are you talking about EDSA, EDSA? I see this 9.99.10. So there's really no clue. Yeah, I don't think Schwab is right. I have been I'll swear by IB over most platforms when they're sort of giving an indication. No, level two you can get from your broker, as you probably know. So we don't have level two. Yeah, I don't use L2 level two, so I just find that it's too many games. I mean, listen, if I think Zach uses it and to his advantage, and that's great. If you can use level two to your advantage, more power to you. I've just not found it. I just find it complicates things. Too many games played. But that's just me. I'm not. This is not to say that if a person wants to use it and finds it worthwhile, great. I wish that this QYLD wasn't so close to that whole number. So EDSA just opened, and let's see what it opened at. So it did pop up. Now, Kev, I know you probably were saying a silent prayer, saying, if only it can get back up to where I bought it, I will get out. And now you're not obeying it. It's a prayer all traders go through at the beginning. If it can only get back to where I bought it, I promise I'll sell it. Oh, I used to, but I don't anymore because I have a stop and I get out. But I used to, just like every other trader out there. Well, it can happen, Edward. It can happen, but it doesn't bother me. You know, if I put a stop, and that's where the practice comes in. If I put a stop where I think is a good stop, and I get taken out, oh well. You know, it just means that the trade didn't work. And yes, sometimes it'll bounce off, and I'll look at it and go, too bad. But for me, I can sleep a lot better knowing that if I have a stop in place and I get out, that $100, in this simulator, as I use it as an example, that $100 manageable loss will never ever turn into $500, $600, $700, $1,000 as a loss. Of course, things bounce off, and they can turn well for you, but. And yeah, Becca's right. I mean, for all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, they could present themselves again. You have to accept the fact that sometimes, a great setup can present itself later on. If you get stopped out, that all for all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time could present themselves again, and maybe this time it'll work. It used to be when commissions were, a lot more. Sometimes that would be a reason why you wouldn't want to get in and out of trades because you didn't want to pay the commissions. I mean, commissions are just, they're even if you have to pay the horrendous half a cent a share at Interactive Brokers. I mean, there's no reason, not to get out of a trade just because you don't want to pay commissions. Yeah, well, I mean, that's you're obviously in the States. We don't have that same PDT rule in Canada, so. You want to see a beautiful short that I didn't take was, again, the VSTM. Especially look at, as I don't know if the volume is picked up, but look how the volume just completely evaporated. A little bit of a jog here, a little bit of a jog. But other than that, after that opening candle, look how the volume just evaporated. No enthusiasm. None. Zero. Are you kidding, Zach? I don't know if you're kidding. No, there's nothing in Canada. I thought it came in 2008 or something. I may be wrong. Oh, you're not kidding. I thought it came in, during the financial crisis. I may be wrong, but not being in the States, it's never affected me. There's no PDT rule in Canada. No, none. Zip. Yes, that I do. Do a search. So when you click on File, and then that search box comes up, type in SLB. Okay, even earlier, Kev. Okay. Okay, April. So just click on File, and then when the search box comes up, type in SLB. And then you'll And you'll get this beautiful little box. Well, I'm really watching this QYLD, guys. I mean, I just wish it, well, it's starting to bounce a little bit here. I wish it weren't so close to that whole number. I wish it were underneath 22 right now. Came in the option scanner on the way down, but it's just too close to that whole number. I don't have the comfort, not in my comfort zone when it's so close to the whole number. But I'm definitely watching it because if you look left, the next low looking left, well, that's the reason. In fact, there you go. The next low looking left is 2203, so it's at 2219. After that, yeah, I mean, it's got just this to get rid of. Whoa. Okay, Corvus, guys. Now Corvus is launching itself here a bit. Now our traders looking at this that happened Friday after the market closed. Ah. JAGX. I hate JAGX, but I'll take a look at it. Is it under $1 still? Oh, okay, so what did it do? A reverse split? Okay, so okay, I see that's a tough one to pronounce. Ladenburg, I guess, Ladenburg Thalmann, a $13 price target. So when did they must have done a reverse split because this was way under $1 at one point. But I mean, take it with a grain of salt. All right, guys, CRVS has now turned into a decent trade. Well, again, you know, when it took this level out on volume, that's your clue right there. It took the level out on volume, gives you a little more confidence to take the trade. You know that traders are enthused about it. Now, how long they're going to be enthused, we don't know. Well, you can't chase it. I mean, listen, I mean, I don't know if it's going to keep going up, but you know, you're at this point, you're chasing it. I mean, you had to have, you know, I had my price alert set just over 550. Wanted to know about it. Had the volume that came in. That's critical for me. I mean, just look at the 5-minute volume. You know, compare it to all the previous 5-minute candles. You know, you have to go back to 10:15 before you see candles that size. So all of a sudden, there's enthusiasm. That's all it is. You just look for those enthusiasm, the enthusiastic buyers coming in, and you just try to tag along for a while. Oh man, now it's really moving. Now again, what's the magnet? CRVS. What is the magnet? I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's what traders look at. You know, that after hours on Friday, they're looking, wow, what if, could it possibly get up to that level? 688 is the high in the monthly. Okay, that's normal market hours. But there's the high on Friday afternoon. All right, well, now it's a beauty. It's a beauty. You know, I mean, you just have to have some patience sometimes. Set an alert, forget about it. The alert happens. Check to see the pattern and also check to see, is there volume? Now is too late, Edward. Now is too late. I mean, it could keep going higher, but you know, you're too late. When I keep saying this I'm not saying it's going to get to 7-Eleven. I'm just saying, I mean, that is an area where I know if I'm a trader, I'm looking at this and interesting. But you're too late now. It's a great follow through day on a day in which the market's getting crushed. This is an alpha stock, classic alpha stock now. You know, it doesn't care that the market's doing this. It doesn't care. When you say it's coming, you know, that doesn't make sense. I don't see. I mean, I see they did a 1-for-3 stock split in September. Meanwhile, this one continues to get crushed here. PGTX. You're right, Aja. I don't hear you say too much that a stock is garbage, but JAGX. Well, I've always thought it was nonsense, but on the other hand, you know, it's had some days and I don't care. I mean, if a stock has a good pattern, good volume, I don't care if it's in theory a bankrupt stock, as long as it's having its day. I'm not marrying them. I know, I see Zevo. Yes, I do see Zevo, of course. Did it take out 10? LICY? Yeah, again, it just doesn't meet my eyes. I mean, it could go to 10, but from 967 to 10, I mean, if you got up there and you had enough shares, sure. It just doesn't suit me. But remember, I'm not a good pullback. I like to see stocks near the highs of the day. So, I mean, that's just my trading style. I'm not good at trying to figure out when a stock is going to bounce. And look at the Corvus now, guys. So you can't hope that this is just going to keep going higher and higher and higher, right? I mean, you've got to trade these. But anything that moves from 540 to 650, in a 15-minute candle, probably even less, you've got to trade them. Boy, this has been a beaten up stock. I guess bad results on 2 days ago, on Thursday. Almost extended down on Friday, trying to come back a little bit. And this is the MGNX. So, I mean, look at the room it's got. Of course, if it wants to keep bouncing. I'm not saying it's going to. I just don't see it, Ija. I look at this 15-minute chart. I just see all this congestion here for the SYBX. But you've been right many times in terms of where you think a bounce could happen. I just don't. Just doesn't suit my eyes. All right, all right, all right. All right, again, just watching the SPY, looking what it's doing. So I had a green bar, but now that next bar is looking red. So a short-lived little bounce, maybe. It'll be interesting to see what the market does tomorrow. Because we all remember these, I remember these days right here. It was all over, guys. I mean, the SPY was at 357, and then we had these days. These are weeks now. Okay, these are weekly candles, and it moved down here, and then the market had a little bit of a pop up, and then it came back down. It was all over. The SPY was all over. Everybody's saying, okay, that's it. No more bull run, and then boom, we had just a little jog here. Now we've got two weeks. Or this is the third week now, so it's a little more severe, but every time people think it's all over, it isn't. Well, this is starting to move a little bit here, but again, just looks like there's resistance. I'm talking about the MDGS. There's volume coming in. There's 200-day moving average. Yeah, it's not that far away, really, I guess. I'm just seeing some of these in some of my other scans, that's all. And so, get a little excited when you see some volume coming in, but then you look left and you think, lots of resistance. No. Concept, no. Well, sort of. If it's an alert at the high, sometimes you'll see a red line on the chart, which will show you where the next high on the daily chart is. But most of the time, no. That's all it's doing. I mean, whether you think, you see, that's the difficulty. People say, like, where's resistance? Well, my idea of resistance might be entirely different from 10 other people. We might get 10 different ideas of resistance or support. Okay, that's why it's very difficult to just sort of say, well, here's resistance or here's support. I mean, is the next high looking left and it's just one day? Does that mean that's it? Is that resistance? I don't know. My experience has shown it's amazing how many times right to the penny that happens though. So that's why I'm not, again, most people would not look at one day as being a resistance area. And that's fine. Yeah, I look at these big topping tails on the CRVS, unless something dramatically changes, So look at these topping tails on CRVS. So again, what does it mean? The buyers at one point had it up here on that candle at 655. Sellers closed it down to 631. Buyers tried again. They got it up to 650. Right now, the sellers have knocked it down to 627. They look like they're, eventually the buyers will give up for a while anyway. That's what happens. It's always a bit of, a battle between buyers and sellers. Who's going to win for a while? Really? Tilray is worth watching? Let's take a look at it. TLRY. Let's take a look at Tilray. Yeah, I guess I see what you're seeing. It's trying to bounce up a little bit here. I think there's probably a lot of resistance right around 1145 or so, which is not that far away. And meanwhile, look at the daily. Look at MJ. Look, every sector is but this sector is just a mess. Oh, it's not in my option scanner. Yeah, Tilray did not make it, so you must have reduced some. Yeah, I don't know. You because for me that has to be 300% for it to show up. So you obviously, tons of option volume, but that's not you. That's not even normal. It's only 74% of normal. So I'm not sure what you've done. How do you include the no repeat, or how do you make it? As long as it's an alert window, just follow these instructions. Alert window, right click, and properties. Box pops up. Click on the don't repeat. Okay, and then you can check the don't repeat, and then you can pick your time frame. It's a drop-down menu. Don't forget to save your work. So the question was, how do you have a don't repeat? So why I even like having a don't repeat, because I can go back in time and see what happened from the first time we had an alert in a stock. So if I go back, say, to CRVS at 121, we had an alert, 581. So what did it do from there? You just keep going back. You see exactly when the first alert, the time, what happened from there. And you can see there's a blue arrow. All the blue arrow is showing you is the candle in which the alert happened. It's not saying buy or anything. It's just telling you the candle the alert happened on. So again, you can visually then see, okay, what did it do? From the time of that alert, what did it do? right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, let me show you something. Let me just find something here. I want to show you the two ways, well, the three ways you can see the alerts. Okay, let me just want to see what this has. I want to get a very active window going. Okay, so this is the typical way that people, when they construct a scan for the first time, this is the typical way it's going to look. Let me just do one more thing. Okay, now notice what's happening. So it's a very active window now. I don't have very many filters in it, but notice how TISI, MMT repeated itself every time. Every time TISI made a new high, you see that 361. There's a TUEM making a new high. Every time it made a new high, I'll get an alert. DM. I know it looks the same. No, I don't really have an explanation. It's probably like 0.7625, but this is the typical way people view when they make a scan. They're seeing this symbol over and over again. Every time it made a new high, you're going to see it. Okay, then people understand that LPTX. So every time LPTX would make a new high, you're going to see it here. Now, for some, that's okay. If you want to see it that way, that's fine. I mean, that is the typical way of seeing, these scans, where you see the symbol over and over and over again. Here's the TUEM again. It was down here. So that's one way of doing it. Now, if I did this though, properties, don't repeat. This is a drop-down menu. So I could say, you know what, I don't want to see it over and over again, but maybe every minute, or every 5 minutes, or every 15 minutes, or 30 minutes, whatever you want. Or I don't want to see it for the whole day. So you look at DRMA over and over and over again. So now when I do it, I will only see it the first time that I had the alert, and that's it. And I can go back. But there is another way to do it. Let's just say I do want to see PFMT if it does make a new high, but I just don't want to see the symbol over and over again, like in a like this. Okay, so let's see ABOS as an example. I want to get a multiple. I'm just waiting for a similar symbol, like the same one. And this is very, very basic, just showing new highs, new lows. And I just color coordinated so that if it's a new high, it's in green. If it's a new low, it's in yellow. That's just no other significance. You can color coordinate these things. Oh, you know what? See, I didn't save it. That's why. Don't repeat. I forgot to uncheck it. Okay, now I'll show you what I'm talking about. I just got to wait for a duplicate. There we go, DPW, okay? So I do want to see DPW every time it made a new high. I just don't want to see it in a string like this, over and over the same symbol. But I do want to see it if it makes a new, or well, in this case, a new low, okay? Here's LPTX. I just don't want to see the symbol duplicate because, that's be a running list, very, very complicated. So here is another way in which you can do this. If I right click, properties, and I go to view mode. Now this is the default, new is first, that's why new is first. But if I group and sort by, if I use the group and sort by, and now click on OK, this is, if ACHL made a new high, I would see it, I just wouldn't see the symbol again. I just want to see a symbol making another new high. But you see the subtle difference here? I do want to see LPTX when it makes a new high. I just don't want to see it over and over over and over again in a string of LPTXs. And that's just a matter of the view mode. So I want the newest, sort by time in descending order. No, the alerts, if you're talking about a new high, it's got nothing to do with the time frame. It's just literally a new high. I mean, if you wanted, okay, I don't think we can go down to a 1 minute, okay? Let me just see what we can do. Yeah, see, like all these are new highs. It obviously doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at. It's just a new high for the day. Let me just see what we have here. I don't think we have a new 1 minute high. So the lowest time frame is that you can have a new 5 minute high, 10 minute high, 15, 30, 60. Okay? Well, but a VWAP cross is a VWAP cross. It doesn't matter what time frame. Like the VWAP is the VWAP. So I mean, there it is. We do have a cross. though it does require a bit of volume confirmation, but we have a cross above the VWAP, cross below the, I mean, the time frame is irrelevant. You know, the VWAP is the VWAP. So I mean, if you were looking at a 1 minute chart or a 5 minute chart or a 10 minute chart, you know, that the VWAP doesn't change depending on the chart you're looking at, or that number doesn't change. That's the VWAP. That's it. Yeah, exactly. But people do seem to think that, yeah, but I want to see it on a one. Well, again, it's like the 200-day moving average. That's the 200-day moving average. Whether you see it on a 1 minute chart or, well, I mean, a 200-day moving average. I mean, that's a fixed number. Yeah, good for you guys if you held out. The EDSA, Kevin. I don't know if you still have it or not, but look what it did. I mean, it got, so there you go, you know. We had a couple of topping tails. We had even another one right there. It looked like the buyers were giving up. But then, you know what? They got back into it and now here they are. So I mean, just because you had those topping tails doesn't absolutely mean that it's over. But many times you'll see, you know, topping tail, especially on a 15-minute chart. Eventually the buyers just say, okay, you can have it for a while. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Boy, the AI has just been very, only two alerts today, the whole day. It gives you an idea of the kind of day it is, okay? Now, just in case you think, well, the AI only goes long. No. You know, we have short strategies, but for whatever reason, none of the filters values were met and they didn't trigger. Though, let me just see what, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, here are 5 short strategies that made the cut for the AI today. No alerts. Why? Well, it's because, you know, every strategy has a set of filters, just like these, you know, these are not AIs, of course, but they have filters in here. And obviously, no stock met all the filter requirements on the short side today, even though the market is down so much. So this is a COVID play, guys. This is a COVID play. They had the news in the pre-market. Phase 2, COVID play. Pull back, and now on the move. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit here. You have any questions? I will pop back onto the mic. I'm going to answer a few emails. Leon, I have no idea. I saw the email. I have no idea what's going on with you. I certainly can't help you. Dak, if you're still in the room. Um, I'm not sure. I mean, you're just going to have to go through tech again. There's nobody I can say, okay, phone this guy is going to help you. I have no idea. Wow, Zivo, look at this. Well, at least sort of night. Well, I shouldn't say that. If you're anybody who's long this, and but I mean, it is now dropping, and no news for it to go up. All right, guys. Again, I'm just following up on some emails here. talk is worth watching. Okay. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I'm not seeing what you're seeing, but okay. You mean for a short? But I know you don't short. Boy, PGTX guys is just now. Where's the next area of support? 15. No, way down here. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but wow, PTGX guys just. All right, guys, I'm just watching. Boy, this macrogenics, I think, really had a big pop. I talked about this right about here. And again, it got beaten up 2 days ago. Bad data. At least the perception was. This was the biggest one day drop in its history. I think I read that. This is the MGNX. That happened on Thursday. Friday settled down a little bit. I wouldn't call it a complete settle down, but at least it moved off the lows. Today it's having a bit of a bounce. So I don't know who these people are, but Biotech Target NV performed an open market purchase of 600,000 shares of Macrogenics between the 16th and the 17th at $19.93 a share. So I guess this is what's why it's popping. $12 million, so it's not insignificant. Direct holdings increase the direct holdings by 9.6%. So I guess that is the big reason for the pop today. Bros. Well, no. Well, you're right. It's just sitting there. I can't comment. If you ask me why, I have no idea. I mean, the volume is just, dried up. I mean, it's had a nice run. Remember this IPO back here around. I don't know what the IPO price was, but I mean, it got up to $54 on Friday before it pulled back. But I can't comment. I have no idea why it's doing this. The volume is dried up. So the worst time to take a trade is right now. You just have to, if you put a price alert on either side to see when it finally breaks once, like one way or the other. Oh man, PTGX guys, I mean, just getting hammered here. Can't remember what the news was. Obviously not great on Friday. Understatement. All right, Ija, there's your SYBX. Popping up here. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, let me see what the resistance is for EDSA. So you look at the monthly chart, and the next high, well, it's got to be way over here, so that's 1910. So it's taken all this out. This is basically one day. Take a look at the weekly chart. Yeah, so you've got to go back to, I guess, July of this year, July of last year to see this. That's basically what this is all about. So, I mean, there is a lot of room. There's still a lot of room for this EDSA if it wants to keep running. Look at the volume and look at the float. Why can this be up 88%? Well, it's because of the float and the volume. Well, remember now, I don't use fibs, right? So I'm just looking left. And the next high looking left on the weekly and the monthly is way over here at 19 before it hits any sort of chart resistance. I mean, look at it. This is back it's over a year ago. But look at the weekly chart. I mean, it's taken all of this out now. There's only one little lone high right here in the weekly chart. So 19. Okay, well, 19 is... All right, guys. Yeah, CRVS is still, yeah, I mean, it had a pull back down to 6. 6 held. So if you want a simple scan, guys, just a really a simple scan to zero in on stocks that are really actively trading and follow just those stocks all day long, you know, this is a great one, the float turnover. You can see these are all the super active stocks. And the float turnover, you can do it yourself. You can make it yourself. Very simple. Because we added the, if you click in search and type in float, you will see right there the ratio, the float turnover ratio. I used to have to make a custom filter for it, but no longer. So if you're looking for stocks that are really trading abnormally, the float turnover is a great way to look at them too. And you won't get very many during the day. Whoops, what am I doing here? Cancel. There we go. Parry one again. Well, and look, here's the Corvus right there. 1.95 times the float. So even though it wasn't a crazy low float, 29 million into 57 million, that's where we get the 1.95 ratio. All right, guys. Well, we are. Can I? Let's see if I can. Did I make the change? I think I can. Let me just make the change, or see if I made the change. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, I can share it. All right, guys. We have a little over half an hour left in the trading room today. So before, I always like to do this around this time, just go over a few things. So that promo code is still active. I don't know how much longer. I'm surprised it's still active now, but you can still get 20% off a subscription. Okay, and here's the promo code to use, GRITO, G-R-I-T-O, GRITO 20 for 20% off. So when you click on my homepage link, of course you're going to see a 15% off code. Well, don't use that one, use GRITO, okay? GRITO 20 for 20% off, first month only or the entire year. On my homepage, we have 3 free sections, the trade of the week, stock of the day video that I do, and all the education is here. Both mainly about trade ideas, educating you about, the basic ideas of trade ideas, okay? But also down here, the Back to Basics. If you're new to trading, great series. I encourage you to take a look at it if you're new to trading. And then, of course, my scan section right here. My layout, sample layout, and all the other scans that I'm sharing, especially my moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, so a lot of information on my homepage. Just save the link. And especially those 2 sections with my layout and all the education. You can take a look at all that whenever you want. And last but not least, again, with the test drive. Okay, so when you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. Nope, no, you won't see that. You'll see this. Okay, so sign up for the test drive. If you've ever wanted to try trade ideas and you ask us for a free trial, we don't have them, but this is pretty close, $11.11 to have our product for 10 trading days. It starts on the 11th, ends on the 22nd. These dates cannot be changed, okay? So if you cannot take advantage of it, from the 11th to the 22nd, but somewhere in between, you will not get 10 full days. And again, you'll have access to the full program for just as if you were a premium subscriber, with one caveat. You cannot auto trade the AI, okay? You can auto trade your own strategies if you want it, but you cannot auto trade the AI. I don't agree with it anyway, but just so you know, you cannot auto trade the AI during the test drive. Last time we had about 2,500 people sign up. It was a couple of months ago, so it's pretty popular. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription automatically. Also, if you sign up now, you're pre-registering. So please do not bother our support people and say, hey, I just signed up. How come I don't have data? It doesn't start until October the 11th. So that'll be 3 weeks from today. Also, if you have our standard subscription and you wanted to try our premium service out for those 10 days, you can do so for the $11.11. And I think that when the test drive starts, so that'll be actually, that week will be the start of earnings. I mean, some of the banks release the week before, but I always consider that Alcoa is kind of the start of earnings season. So, and that'll be, I guess, a Wednesday. So October 11th is the Monday. So we'll be into earnings season that week and really into it the following week. So we should have a lot of activity. Don't know. As I say, my guess is that we could easily touch it. I don't know if we'll close 1,000 down. Can't remember the last time that happened that we actually closed 1,000 down or more. Go sit in the corner, Becca, for that question. This is the quietest I've seen the AI in a long time. And again, I pointed out, it's not that we don't have short strategies. There were strategies, about 5 or 6 of them, that made the cut. Just nothing coming from them. Yeah, I do see the lucid actually, yes. Ah, the PTGX continues down. Well, I do actually have it thumbnailed. Okay, so it's not just that but I do actually have it thumbnailed. Well, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. I'm sure it's going to be a pretty sight. Kidding, of course, but let's take a look at the sectors. Let's see if utilities are still at least 50%. Ugh. Even utility is getting thumped. So there's no safe haven right now. Nothing. We haven't seen a day like this in a long time. Look at this. I mean, every single stock is down that make up the communication sector. Every single stock is down that makes up technology. Every stock is down financial. Every stock is down energy. Every stock is down consumers. It's amazing. Consumer discretionary, consumer staples. There is nothing. Utilities, I mean, the last time we looked, at least it was 50%. So guys, this is one of the reasons why, you have the latest beta or not the beta, the latest production version. Now you can go through all the channels without having your layout disappear. Just like I've got here. I mean, my layout is still underneath, whereas before with the previous versions of Trade Ideas, you couldn't do this. Let's see what stocks are surging in a day like today. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen this SNTG all day, but it's up 24%. Good volume. That's because it's still above the open. If a stock is above the open, the candle is going to be green. So guys, I left this in on purpose. The best. Now, had I been really following this one, I would have. Remember, I was saying that this stop here that I have in the simulator was the absolute worst I wanted to do on the trade. But if I'm watching though, like you should be, of course, and I'm seeing this action, I'm saying, you know what, today's just not a day. So I would have been out of this right here. What I'm going to do right now is just flatten it, show you how that works. You just highlight it, flatten, and that will get you out of the trade. This is in the simulator. See, now zero position. I'm just keeping these two for fun. You know, these are a couple of SPACs. This is in the simulator. It's funny, you know, we've had days in which both of these windows have been full. Okay, now today I would have thought, with the market doing what it's doing, is that this window, the basic new lows, no repeat, would be absolutely jammed. You know, with the market being down 900 now, and it's not. And we've had days in which the market's up where this has been jammed. Now it's just filters. Very strange day. Ah, PG, come on, take out 13. Can you guys hear me whispering? Take out 13. I know somebody was posting about AMC earlier today. Oh, just for fun, I'll look at the other one. Yeah, ugly. That was you, Sam? Okay. So if you will not short because, I don't know, you're afraid to, you're missing out. I wouldn't want to say half the opportunities, but it's certainly a lot of opportunities. Oh, that's ugly. Look at this, 45 minutes now. Look at this SPY, or this, the Dow here. Wow. Well, I'm sorry, that's the SPY. Yeah, put the price alert. I think I did already. No, maybe I didn't. I mean, even tomorrow, PTGX, I mean, the low down here is $6.13. I mean, on the monthly chart, probably on the weekly chart, it's going to be about the same. I mean, there's you know, I'm not saying this won't bounce because people, traders will look at it. Okay, well maybe it's time to try to play a bounce, but boy, I mean there is no support for this one. Well, it'll be fascinating to see what the market does tomorrow. We've had days like this, and the doom and gloomers come out and say, well, that's it, guys. The bull market from 2008 is over. And the next day we're up 400 points. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but exactly, Becca. All right, guys, well, we're getting close to the end. Again, ask questions. Good time. Yeah, Martin. Well, that's what makes it all so interesting. You wake up every single day and, you have different stocks to look at. You just never know. It's the greatest reality TV show that isn't a TV show. I mean, it's just never know what's going to happen. All right, guys, listen, I mean, ask questions. Good time to ask questions. There are only about 15 more minutes. If you have any questions, at, what will be interesting is to take a look and try to find stocks that are at the 5-day high or 20-day high, things like that, which are going right now contrary to what the market's doing. Easy enough to do. We have all our position and ranges. So what I'm trying to do here is just finding stocks that are near the high of their 20-day range still. Well, here are stocks that are at the high of their 5-day range anyway. So have not been affected by today. Of course, this is okay, I want to find, there's that SYBX from IJA. Where did the calendar go? It's here. You just have to click on New and then Calendar tab. It should be there. Okay? That's okay. Yeah, so the calendar tab, don't talk about it too much, but you can click on, you have to click on the date, left click. And so you can see on that date what you did in the simulator. Obviously, if you had a live account, you would see the same thing. Hey, we have a halt. We have a halt. UCL just got halted. Some volume just came in. uCloud link. I mean, I suppose if you ignore all these little highs here, I mean, it's got some room to the 763 mark. See if there's any specific news. I mean, they had some news this morning. Strengthens their presence in Southeast Asia, I think, with new business partnership in Vietnam. So that was some news this morning. You know, no real reaction to it. But it just got halted and, you know, some volume came in. Doesn't trade very much. You can tell it doesn't trade very much because 253,000 shares, that represents 9.5 times normal. So this does not trade very much. I am not on mute. Well, guys, I'm just looking. Really, I'm just trying to see if anything might be of interest tomorrow. We might not hit that 1,000. We might not hit it. A little green candle here. Of course, we have an hour to go, so. I mean, look at this, guys. This is an unusual day, obviously. These are the only gap ups that made my filter requirement, that met my filter requirements today. 4 stocks, that's it. Here are all the ones, the gap down. Those are 2 that I am sharing. Yeah, and again, it's an unusual day when we get stocks that moving higher and also moving lower, the same stock. It's unusual. It's an unusual day when that happens. All right, UCL just came out of its halt. I don't know about the best, but it's been a challenge today, that's for sure. But have a great evening yourself. Really wanted this QYLD. I really wanted this one to break through 22, but no, UCL, guys. I mean, this is what's the spread like? Actually, the spread is not horrendous, and it's wanting to move here. The 4 stocks again, which stocks are those? Which one? Are you talking about the ones that had high float turnover? Okay, because they're 5. That's what confused me. Right here, 5 of them now. Man, this UCL is on the move here, motoring out of nowhere. Look at the volume that came in. No, I mean, look here's maybe the resist. I mean, I don't think it's going to get up here, but I mean, 770 or so. I mean, this looks like this was an IP. Yeah, I guess this was an IPO back here. Just disastrous. This has not been. We've had a lot of IPOs this year. A handful of them, like the BROS, have been successful. Yeah, no smiling, SDC. This actually showed up. Should have paid more attention to it, but showed up on my option scanner on the way down. 669, 625 now. So there's where the alert happened. You know, it basically had all sorts of time to get into it. There's a 5-minute chart. It moved down. You could have taken some, I would have taken a lot off here. But even if, and then I could have re-entered here. Whoa, 941. 941, guys. Will we hit that 1,000? All right, guys, listen, I think I'll just check out right now. Unless there are some questions, I'll always stick around if there's some questions. Otherwise, I think I'll just kind of check out, call it a day. Can't wait to hear or to see what happens tomorrow. I want to see if we have a big rebound day or, I mean, I doubt if we'll have the same huge down day, but we could have a down day. I'd be very surprised if we had another, well, I don't know where this is going to end up, but all right, guys, so I don't see any other questions. So again, I think I'll wrap this up. Shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.